Hey guys, welcome to day 4 of the Slickbald invasion. And I realized this morning that I have been pronunciating your last name wrong, so that's my bad.
Everybody does.
Andre.
It's André.
André.
So as opposed to French, it's actually a German name.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
For
Chris
sure.
André.
André.
I changed your,
That is very fancy.
Your subtitle today. Usually it'd been Slick and Bald, but...
Slick and Bald?
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, your name was Chris, and then, in quotes, Slick Bald.
Okay.
And then the subtitle was always Slick and Bald, but I put your Al Stolman winning year up there.
Okay. We got the Facebook rolling so Bobby can watch? Alright.
Yep.
I forgot to talk about that.
What's that?
You're an Al Stolman Award recipient.
Yeah, that's okay.
Everybody knows. You stand up on that stage.
Yeah, it's alright.
It's good.
Alright. Well, today, folks, we're going to be doing, with any luck at all 3 styles of my concealed carry holsters. We've went out back there and we split this leather we were using yesterday down. It was 7 ounces yesterday. Today it's 5. Had it split. And we're going to do 2 layers, liners, just like always. Should we do them all at once or should we do them in series? Just
one at a time, so then I can...
Just for my own...
And we can clip it up.
For my own brain, I probably ought to do them one at a time. Alright.
Which one is this one going to start with?
We're going to start out with what I call a tab holster, and we'll talk about what the tab's for here in a little bit. Of course, these are all available, Springfield leather. So in each little kit, you've got 2 different templates, which don't show up well on a black background with a black shirt and black plastic.
We can do it on black leather.
See how much easier that is? All right. So we have one, the tab sticking out back, and one, the tab is sticking to the front. The one that's sticking in the back is a 10-degree toe forward holster. That means our firearm is going to be sitting, well, this is a lot of camera work there, 3 o'clock, right on our hip, and it's going to be a little bit toe forward. And what that does on an automatic especially is it makes it easier to grip. It's more ergonomic when you're coming down. If you have to bend your wrist like this because the toe is back, that's wrong. This is ergonomically incorrect. We want that wrist to be just about as natural as we can get it, and 8 to 10 degrees, depending on your height and your size, is about right. Okay?
What's a toe?
The toe of the holster.
Okay.
The toe of the holster is forward. On this one, the toe of the holster is 15 degrees back. And it's just an angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the one in the back is designed for kidney carry.
Okay.
So, but the thing is, the tab goes into the same belt loop. So you're either in front of the belt loop or behind the belt loop.
Okay.
And what the tab does, other than just indexing your belt loop, the tab provides a little more surface contact for your belt. It's just a little more stable for something that's just got a fold over versus a couple of slots in it. Okay. So we're going to do 10-degree toe forward. Just why not?
Silver marking pen.
There it is.
Calling all marking pens.
I put a bag on top of it. What are we going to do?
Can we take away some of your room?
If you must.
That's good. Now you're more on camera.
On camera. Yay. All right. We'll do the full size. You have a slot here for 4 1/4 inch barrel, commander size, 1911. This is a 1911. If I'm making a holster that I'm not selling to somebody, it's always going to be a 1911. Because that is the only automatic firearm anyone should ever need.
You heard it first here, guys.
I'm a little biased. Mark all our little belt loop spots. All right. Back in the bag. So yeah, the 1911 being the only one that matters. They put a 1911 in my hand in boot camp, 1985, and I have never looked back on an automatic firearm. I'll put some where people can see them, maybe, but. We don't need as much room as we did yesterday.
I don't know. Holsters are a lot smaller than gun belts.
Oh, shutter speed way down.
I changed the settings. Shutter speed is way down, but so is the.
I mean, the color's fine. It just
It's the it's shooting in 24, not 60. That's why. I shot the podcast in 4K. So that's what's happening.
All right, Chris, let's take 1 second and adjust that
I'm
camera.
gonna
real
fix
fast.
this camera real
Okay.
quick. Unfortunately, I have to take it off.
some adjustments necessary.
So if you're making this holster and you have something that's similar, are there any adjustments that you should have to make for it, or is the molding going to catch the majority of the differences in the firearm size? I don't know
So
a
this
lot
is
about.
this particular
How does that stay up there, Tony?
deal is pretty much for your 1911 clones.
Tony,
Yeah.
you might have to
It'll
come put
handle
this
a
back
rail.
up.
Okay.
Pick rail on the bottom.
Yeah.
But otherwise,
I
it's
can't
pretty
stay
much,
up there.
if it is shaped like a 1911, it'll fit in that
Gotcha.
pattern.
Hold on.
Oh.
I have
Sorry,
to. I have to climb on the table.
Yeah. Which is not the first time or the second time today. Chris got to experience some of the energy.
Yes, that was what it was. That's what it was.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's left energy.
D. Robert says, I'm with you on the 1911. I used to carry it as my duty weapon and carried it in the army.
Hoorah.
Look at those shiny white shoes.
I know. Somebody's like, "Oh, new shoes," and I was like, "Nope, I've had them for about a year." Well, I wouldn't say collector because I'm a shoe buyer. I don't buy like custom shoes or anything like that. Like shoe collectors would be guys that are paying $500-$600 for a pair of tennis shoes.
All right, cut out.
All right, we're cut out, rough cut. So now we can get our glue going. So now we get to watch glue dry again. Maybe I'll cut the next one out while I get the glue drying on this one.
Yeah, you can cut them, and then whenever we start, then we can go over the specifics of why you would use that one.
Yeah. And I'm going to burst your bubble early on that. It's mostly just personal taste.
Well, most of it is, but that's okay to say that too.
Okay. Well, I just did, so it worked out.
It's like the old, do you use a hammer? Do you use a maul? What do you use the tool?
Mm-hmm.
What do you use to tool?
I use them all. a round one.
Yeah, is it round? Is it tapered?
You have a weight preference.
So Barry King explained to me one time what I was like, why do you tape? Why do the people buy the tapered ones? He says those are for lazy people that put their elbow on the table while they tool. I hold my elbow up, so I use just a regular round one. And I'm going to real quick. If this is a maul, we're going to show the right way to hold a maul, which is this way, and we run the tool like so. We do not do this. This is carpal tunnel waiting to happen. This you could do all day long. I had a physical therapist once explain to me that this uses the long muscles, this uses the short muscles, and that's why you wear out faster. So get in the habit of just kind of making the OK sign and driving that maul just like that.
Rocker, baby.
Rocker.
I was gonna say Denny can sit over there and he can tool all day long.
Yep.
Just
Absolutely.
he's got the rock down.
Absolutely. I also use a very heavy maul. Well, I say very heavy. It's a 28.
That's pretty stout.
It is. It's easy. It's easier to hit lightly with a heavy tool than it is to hit heavy with a light tool.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the reason. If you got a really light, you're running like a 12-ounce maul, and you're trying to set something a little heavier, now you're having to really whack on it, and you can't do that consistently.
Yeah.
But if you have something heavy, you can go heavy and can do it consistently, and you can also go very light because you don't have to move the tool as far.
Okay.
That
A little bit of experience there.
is the truth. All right, so while that's drying, as opposed to just standing around looking at us with our finger on our nose, we can get the next one going. This is a 2-slot, aka Pancake holster. So while this one is pretty much gun specific, right? It's going to fit a 1911 frame, it'll fit a Browning high power, etc. This one you can get several. We can get, oh look, I found a boo-boo. Alright, so we've got a square trigger guard, so that's your Glock. This is your 1911, that's what we're going to use. This would be for like a SR9 or an M&P, something with a round trigger guard on it, your double stackers. Okay, you can see how much, there's a solid 3/16, almost a quarter of an inch difference in those stitch patterns. And obviously the triggers are different. The trigger guard areas are different.
Van Clue popping in, saying hey.
What's happening, Steve?
He's been enjoying these.
Alright, so this is our stitch pattern for later. We don't need that to cut it out.
Okay.
Get that in there.
Terry, are you out there in the universe today?
Apparently not.
Be like, make a note. Oh, and then you're going French with your trigger.
What's that? Oh my. All these little typos in my templates, man. I gotta go fix all this stuff.
What happened on it?
We just
Found typos.
we got fun with our fingers. The biggest issue that I have with some of these design programs is they also don't spell check.
Right.
And so, like, you don't have that, like, backup of
Yeah,
little spell check.
We call it a backup brain.
Yeah, backup brain.
Yeah, I don't think it was
Double-checking.
until like 2 or 3 years ago Adobe implemented where it was you didn't have to like before you had to make clicks in the menu to go say spell check, and now they just do it with the little red line.
That's nice.
Oh, that camera. You having issues? Did you? Yeah, you probably didn't use that one. No, I didn't. It's on its last leg.
Is that the 65?
Yeah. That sucks. That's the one thing not once.
Oh.
William said that he has spent, he's been a music instructor and composer for a long time, but 50 years of teaching percussion and conducting has built in memory muscle that makes it really hard for him to tool correctly.
I'll bet. I'll bet.
I'd like to see somebody tool like a traditional snare drum player. Be like zero force at all.
Was I even close?
I actually think you made that one.
Ah! Alright, so. Well, for instructional purposes only, we'll use this piece of leather because it's just going to be a display. But normally we would avoid that butcher mark right there.
Make sure you look at the back of your leather.
That's what I get for not looking at the back of my
That's
leather.
all right. Left hand would be really awkward.
That's what I was. You could. I wasn't on camera.
Okay.
I wasn't on camera doing it, but I was doing the traditional sticking with my left hand,
Gotcha.
which is underhand.
I think I've observed that in a drum player. Everybody at home, get out a little shearling pad, cut most of the hair off, put a little leather tab on the top, make yourself a glue squeegee.
That's it.
Again, you're just not losing any of it. It's really efficient use of your glue too.
I think so.
Because I feel like whenever I'm using this thing, it just runs off. Like it doesn't have anything to hold on to.
Right.
And so like you'll kind of pull it all off. And then I just have a paper towel next to me where I wipe off any excess if I don't have like another piece of leather to put it on.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, this would be, I just really like this. I think this is thing of the week.
It's the cleanest way I feel.
Yeah. Hey, Brown Bird.
And if you missed the glue lesson from the last couple days, I don't know who's new and who's been back, but we're doing 2 layers. Oh, we should use the other glue on some of these too.
All right.
This is the weld wood. We're going to put 2 layers, very thin layers down. We're going to let the first layer dry completely. Let all the solvents get out. And then we'll put the second layer down. Very, very thin. Then we will let that almost dry completely before we put them together. Did I talk much about liners when we did the cowboy stuff? It's like the structure and the mechanics and all that stuff.
We did kind of go over it, but I
Okay.
think we could do it again.
Yeah, that'll be all right.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
All right. So
A little bit
these,
further
this one. Drawing over here.
All right, this one's similar in style. Pick a camera, Tony. Similar in style where we have multiple stitch patterns within one holster style. Okay. All the way up to a Taurus Judge.
How did it get that name?
I don't know.
No? Okay.
It's some marketing dude. I don't know. All right, so this is like it says right on there, 92F, your CZ75s, and similar, your SIG P220, 226. On a lot of these big double stack guns, you can literally stack them all up, and they're exactly the same profile. And that's kind of how I built these to handle it. Obviously the judge to handle multiple. You could get a Walther in this one. You could get a Canic. Just about most of your large double stackers are going to fit in there. Okay. So it's not like you have to have a pattern for every single gun. You just have to have a pattern that fits. One pattern that fits most of them.
Right.
Or several patterns that fit them all. All right, which one do we want to do? We're going to do the belt loop instead of the frog. All right, this one comes with a little belt loop mold or pattern. We're going to follow the instructions. We're going to mark one side. If it's right-handed holster, we're going to mark the left side. You'll see how that works out when we put it together. We're going to mark our belt loop on the other side. We're going to have to do, we got the frog on one side. This is one style of belt loop. You can stitch that on flat. Is that off camera?
There we go.
We can stitch this little frog on there flat. The belt would go in here, out here, and we would stitch around the three sides.
Okay.
But we're going to use a belt loop, a fold over, so this will actually fold over just like a regular belt loop. We got to turn this over to get the holes on the right side. On the correct side, we'll say.
So if you mark this side with your slot, then the other side needs to be
Right.
the loop or whatever whether you're doing the frog or the belt loop.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. And we'll cut. Okay.
So close. It was a bounce off. I'll
It's
give
a
it to you.
bouncer? Okay.
Yeah. We're getting kind of full. We're also getting about to lunchtime somehow.
Well, we did our podcast thing, sucked up the balloon a little bit. It's all right.
Tony, what do you want for lunch today?
I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. That's why I asked you.
Oh, where's Chris then?
Chris doesn't think. Chris is making holsters.
This doesn't know the restaurants. Well, he could probably got the Jersey Mike's. That's what we.
I mean, he could say, I want to eat this, but we can figure out where to go get.
I'm not horribly fussy when it comes to the chow. As long as it's not raw, we're probably going to be okay. Do we already put glue on? Yeah, we did.
Yep, this is glued, that's glued. So you wanna?
Yeah, we'll use this other one
All right. We'll see how she goes.
just to be crazy and different.
So Ozzy was coming in and he was talking a little bit about the angle, the cant of the holster, like you were talking about. He likes one that's a little bit forward. What does it mean that it keeps the grip from printing as much? What does that refer
Printing
to?
is like, so if you had were wearing a pistol in your belt under your shirt, a print would be you can see the,
Okay,
so
like
it's
a
printing
visual,
through
yeah.
the shirt. Yeah.
Okay.
And again, you got to kind of tune everybody. If someone's big around or someone's a little thin or tall, short, it all matters when you're drawing a firearm.
Body shape affects
Yeah,
how things are gonna play out.
generally speaking, they do, because not everybody moves the same way. Not everybody's shoulders are in as good a shape necessarily as everybody else's.
How do you take that into account when you're working on your plans for a custom whatever you're building?
Well, ideally, I've got the person in the shop,
Okay.
and we can work it through.
Yeah.
Most people, these angles work for most people.
Right. Somebody comes in and they're like, I broke my wrist at some point and I can't turn it this way.
Right. Right. I have guys that come in. One guy was he plowed parking lots in the winter in some sketchy neighborhoods, and so he wanted a driver, what I call a driver rig, which is a thumb brake holster that fits 90 degrees on your belt, cross draw.
Okay.
90 degrees, because you don't want it pointed at your femoral artery. I won't make a holster that does that. If it's
Fair.
cross draw clear over here, I'll put an angle on it.
Mm-hmm.
But I will not put one. I think they call it appendix carry.
Yeah.
Where it's right here, and if you're even sitting in a car, and you basically whiskey throttle a gun, you get excited and go bang. You haven't even got it out, right? Well, now you've killed yourself. And I've seen people on the line of competition, right? I've seen people do it. They'll reach down there and grab you and just bang. We haven't even out of the holster yet. One lady shot her toe. It happens.
Yeah.
So you got to take that into account. You don't want to build something that's going to, even if it's their fault that they did that, your name's still on the holster that is in the wrong place to begin with. I also won't make a small of back holster, which is a spine carry. Because once upon a time, I slipped on some ice, landed flat on my back.
Ouch.
Oh, it gave my coffee cup urn thing came down, smacked me in the head, broke me open, gave me a concussion, passed out in the bathroom floor. And this is, of course, I get to work at 4 o'clock. This is why I still had a job. Get to work at 4 in the morning when no one else is there, 5 in the morning. So
laying on the floor by yourself.
So I'm just laying there, passed out in the bathroom, bleeding all over the floor. It was great.
Who found you?
No, I managed to come to and take myself back out and go to work. Probably should have gone to the hospital, but, jarhead, not going to do it.
Really manned through that one.
Yeah. I mean, what are they going to do? You got a concussion, you got a concussion. It's not like they can take it away. Just got to live through it.
Suppose that's true.
Well, I'm Mexican again. And their chimichanga also has queso on top, in case you're wondering.
Oh, that's just done. That's fine.
Sold.
Yeah, that's Caesar's family. You can also,
Do they deliver, or do we have to go pick it up?
Grub up.
I was gonna say Uber Eats or whatever, but you can see, look at the styles of the menu.
Oh, yeah, it's the same.
Yeah. Same
It's the same menu.
yeah.
It's the same menu. Why print 2 different ones? So here I am scooping glue off of one thing onto another. That's another nice deal about using the Coke bottle and the sheepskin or leather applicator is you tend to not put too much on. When you're just pouring it on, it's real easy.
It's
get too
deceiving
much.
how far it goes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know when you first put it on that one, I was like, oh, he's going to have a little bit left over there.
Well, and just again, that applicator does not hold on to
No, it
anything.
doesn't. This is.
Yeah, and so you're just smooshing it around.
Yeah.
Where your sheepskin is, it'll hold on to it.
Right.
We do like
Comes right off there.
our aquilum. Yeah, aquilum.
Aquilum.
I did it right. But you just gotta work it a little different.
So we'll set those over there. We'll set those over there with it. There's our first one.
Next to you.
Next to me over here. Pretty darn close to being ready to go.
You're too fast.
I'm just too efficient. Story of my life. Speedy Gonzalez. Yeah.
All right. So we've got some particular styles of conceal and carry that we're just not going to do for safety reasons.
Right.
We don't want to enable anyone to have bad outcomes
Correct.
because this is
It's life or death.
life or death.
It's life or death. And
Yeah.
that's one of the few, you're building wallets. Wonderful. I build wallets. Build belts. Great. When you're building stuff that people are going to hang their lives on and your name's on the back, whether you have a conscience or not, you got to really kind of think things through a little bit more and make sure that people aren't hurting themselves with your gear.
What do you have like a favorite kind of construction for a belt if you're carrying? Or
It's 2 layers of 7.
Okay. Yeah.
Two layers of 7. Yeah. And again, I do tend to make them
you go ahead and
with the
pre-build
swale on.
the
Yeah. Break.
the fit.
Yeah. I tell you, I've only recently started doing that as a standard, but the customers really seem to dig it.
Yeah.
They really do.
Like on a single ply, just, for I'm going to hold my pants up mostly kind of belt.
So,
The leather's flexible enough. It's going to kind of do its own thing.
Right.
But like when you got 2 layers of 7 glued together, stitched together, like that's a stout belt. And
that's a stout belt.
It takes a minute to break
You're
in.
holding up, 3 pounds of firearm,
Yeah.
comfortably.
Yeah.
It's not going to sag and, warp out on you.
So I think if you can command that little extra price, because you're taking up more leather, it's a little bit more of a complex article to make because you're putting that swell in it. You have to kind of calculate that out across, the entire length of the belt.
Yep.
How do you do you do it very similar to
exactly
this
same
situation?
I use that same template that we used on the belt. We just use the top line.
Okay.
And then once I cut that top line, I can use dividers to make the bottom line.
Yep. All right.
But Karin, get some more glue if we can. I don't think so. We'll get through it. We only have 2 of these to do.
I'm gonna say you could squeeze some of that glue and maybe, or poke a hole in that one.
Which one? Oh, that one? I can pour some in there, whatever. Switch caps. Yeah, we're good. We're all right.
Oh, you just switch the cap for Pete's sakes, Elizabeth. I'm over here like, how can we make this work? Just freaking take the cap off and put it on the other bottle.
Off. Yeah, that's all right.
Sometimes we make things more difficult than they need to be.
I'm guilty. I'm guilty.
What's up, Vanessa? What are you talking about? 2 layers of 9-ounce at the corners of a triangle leather seat. Hand stitched and add brass rivets. Sure. You can do that. Are you talking just so people don't fall out of their little tripods that you make them?
Put too much on there.
these were the next
Oh,
ones, so
that's
these might be the next dry.
It looks like I completely missed that spot right there anyway. I did that.
So since these are mostly hidden, they're not usually the ones that you're going to get requests to decorate immensely.
You'd be surprised.
But I was going to say, so if you get one, somebody wants some carving or whatever, do you have any particular tips or tricks or things, places you don't like to put things?
No, I mean a holster pretty much has the face. That's where you have to play.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. So those ones aren't ready. Those ones got a ways to go.
So between these 3 pattern packs, one would probably have a really good array of options for most people coming in for conceal and carry. These 3. Are you going to be able to build most holster styles that one might want if you're just a dude in a shop making holsters? Is this
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand the question, but yeah.
Like if you bought all 3 pattern packs,
Right.
you would that's going to accomplish most asks.
Within this size. So like each one, there's 4 sets for each style. Well, for the 1 slot and the 2 slot, there's 4 sets. So there's a large revolver. This is a large full-size auto. There's a medium, and then there's a compact. Actually, there's a compact and a micro in this one, where you can get all the way down to your 938s, your 365s, your little tiny micro guns. Is what I call them, micro guns. The 1 slots, again, you got 4 different sizes for 4 different, frame sizes, basically. You got a large revolver, etc., etc. So within each style, there are multiple options. And then on this one, because they're a little more specific, it's it doesn't have the stitch patterns that come with it. There's like 8 sets of these, from all the way from your micros up to your full size autos, up to we break it down to full size low slide, which is going to be your Glock style firearms, and your high slide, your full size high slides. That's going to be your Walthers, your Canics, these big monster tall slides with pick rails all over them, and little combat guns. So there's like 8 sets of these and 4 sets of those, but these 4 sets of each style cover probably 80% of what's out there in the world. They're not going to cover Michael's Desert Eagle.
Or Michael.
But they cover anything you'd want to carry. I wouldn't want to carry a Desert Eagle. That's a backache waiting to happen, in my opinion. Shoulder rig maybe, but still, why?
I do think that's what Michael was interested in.
Yeah,
as a
shoulder.
Yeah. I feel like I'm just showing my ignorance on my firearm information because I'm just very ignorant, and I'm sure if my brother-in-law were watching, he would be very embarrassed by me. He knows everything, and I'm just like,
there you go.
He's like, Liz, come look at my wall of rifles, and I'm like, okay, thanks, Brad.
And they come out with new firearms so frequently, and they tweak them just a little bit for marketing purposes.
Right.
I honestly don't think any of them really shoot that much better than any other ones. That's why I just stick to the plain old 1911. It's what I call the 350 Chevy of guns. You can get parts for it anywhere. Everyone knows how to work on them, and they perform.
Yeah.
They're
highly quality controlled, or
right.
Like.
Well, no, they're just the sign itself. Quality control comes down to the manufacturer. And everybody makes a 1911. Smith, Sig, everyone makes a 1911. So that the quality is going to come down to the individual manufacturer, but the inherent design of the gun is simple and it works.
Yeah.
People complain, oh, there's only 10 round magazine or 7-round magazine. I will contend, unless you're law enforcement, if you need more than 7 or 10 rounds, or even 2, you have made horrible mistakes in your life and are in the wrong place, and you shouldn't be there. 2 rounds will get you out of pretty much any situation you're going to find downtown.
You have other goals that maybe we should go to therapy about.
Yeah. What I love is when someone wants they got a double stacker and they want a magazine pouch, so they're going to conceal carry with a magazine pouch. I'm like, dude, where are you going to battle, man? Why do you need 30 rounds of ammunition anywhere in town? You know, we don't live in Mogadishu, man. This isn't a big deal. Anyway, that's just me being a simple old guy. I think a lot of people overthink and get into the magazines a little too deep. And everyone wants to be, Jeff Cooper or Masada Oob or whatever, all these famous combat instructors. And that's fine. Everyone has their games they want to play. I want to be, Willie Moscone when I grow up, so pool player.
Thank you.
Anyway. Yeah, we're good.
I didn't see anywhere for online ordering.
Okay. Well, can we call in and go pick it up?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just have a chimichanga as well at this point. That sounds good. I'll eat something smothered in cheese.
If there's an option for a la carte, I don't need the beans and the rice and the salad and all the other garbage.
Just the chonga and cheese.
Just the chonga.
You want the chicken, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Liz?
Sure. Vanessa says an SW 629 with the 8 3/8 was her issue.
Her issue?
In the USAF as a veterinary tech.
Oh crap! Well, I suppose if you got to drop a cow, that's the one to do it with.
You got some stories, girl.
I'm saying I'm sitting here wrapping my mind around a veterinary technician needing a gun at all.
Wild out there.
What you doing?
And then you bring on one of the biggest hand cannons ever made. That's like the Dirty Harry gun, man.
And her handle is Vanessa Kitty. Let's hear it. We had a person run down a sidewalk and jump up and hit an elderly lady in the back of her head when she was doing her daily walk. What doing? Oh, just in your neighborhood?
That's quite a walk. She might be in Mogadishu.
G. Olson says he carries an M&P and he likes it. Per policy, I have to carry an extra mag and cuffs off duty.
Well, I say law enforcement's a different argument.
Yeah,
I'm talking about Joe Schmo, computer programmer who needs to wear 18,000 rounds of ammunition going out to the grocery store. I just think that's silly.
She got one in the fall of '82 when she moved to Alaska.
Okay,
Bears.
see, there's all these little details coming out now. You got grizzly bears coming at you as a vet tech. Yeah, I can see, carrying a 44 mag.
Okay.
Vanessa's the one that came down, right? Weren't you the one you came down with your husband a few months ago and I gave you the tour? I feel like that's.
I don't know. By this point, we've had a lot of people visit us.
This has been a pretty.
So I ordered it.
Yeah.
She didn't take my nothing. She's like, okay, thank you. So we'll see when I get there. I did the shredded chicken.
Okay. All right, we made it.
Things have gone terribly bad if I need that extra mag.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, goodness.
All right, so we've got glue on that. We'll let that set. Let that one set more. Focus on this one over here. That one's not bad. This one's way bad. See, the black wants to take longer. And it shouldn't matter because it's separated from, it's got that first layer blocking it. I don't know what the deal is, but the black tends to take longer to dry. I don't know why.
No, that was a lady from Pennsylvania.
No, there was. Oh, Vanessa, no, I'm up in Connecticut. Okay. What was her name? One of our
text the wife real quick.
ladies, they came down from Alaska. her and her husband.
Oh, from Alaska?
Mm-hmm.
Tundra Krista?
Yes. Yes. Sorry, Tundra. We've found it. Sorry, I have like a keyword situation in my head, and like I hear, and I'm like, okay, then I try to connect dots, and that didn't work. The Veterinary Corps was the food and health inspectors. That was changed in '83 to have us doing the USAF medical side of the OSHA program. Fancy.
Letting Terry know we're online here. Get Dad on.
We're up and running. What's your dad's name?
Robert.
You were meant to be with the Bobs.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like in our little group, there's Bobby Park, Bobby Beard, of course, and Bob Brenner.
Uh-huh.
Right? So yeah, it's like, hey, where are the Bobs? You know? All right. We get Dad online here. This is pretty close. Pretty close.
We always let our glue dry.
That's right. Otherwise, it just comes right back apart.
Rule number 1. Well, that's because that's what we were talking about. So your layers matter. You're just like we just said, you know, like
right.
Like you're not lining it for giggles.
Right.
Like this isn't vanity lining.
And yeah, we can discuss that a little bit. We're using equal weight leather. And the mechanics behind that are, if we lay things together flat and not glued and bend them, the thing on the inside of the bend gets longer and the thing on the outside of the bend gets shorter. It's just physics. It happens with steel. It happens with everything. Anything you bend that has any thickness to it. If we take and laminate those things together flat and then bend them, well, now they can't move on each other. So the fibers on the outside of the bend have to stretch and the ones on the inside have to compress. And that creates a juxtaposed force, an equal and opposite force. And that's what keeps the leather in shape. Hand me the loose one. And that's what makes them hard as a rock without any kind of liner. They're not overly thick. It's just a very efficient way to make a very strong holster and not have to dip it in plastic, which you do with a single layer holster, to give it any body whatsoever. I should have shrunk that up a little bit. That holster's smaller than the one that it was designed for. But nonetheless, that's why we use an equal weight liner. And we always use a veg tan liner. We never use chrome. Chrome is bad for a liner. A, it has no structure. It's just floppy. B, you can't wet mold it. It won't take water. And C, if you do make a holster and have a chrome tan liner and there's any moisture, even just humidity, it will rust your gun out. Chrome is bad. Just remember, chrome is bad, okay? We don't use chrome. Chrome is bad. You can use chrome as an underlay on the outside or under a filigree or something. I don't recommend a lot of filigree in a holster because it takes away the strength of the holster. If it's a barbecue rig, it's okay. Barbecue rig is a rig you make to show off to your friends when you're at the barbecue, right? It's not concealed carry necessarily. And ideally, you don't have to shoot people at the barbecue.
That would be the hope.
Some cousins show up. You never know what's going to happen.
Family can be the worst. Tony, can you post the listings?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Frank, you can buy them through us. We carry Chris's whole line. So Springfield Leather, Tony will put some links in.
There you go.
We've got these. We got the belts recently added. The holsters have been up for a little while now.
Yeah, month or so.
Yeah.
Couple months. Yep.
Now, I know with like knives, you don't want to store the knife in the sheath. Like that's
Correct.
just not ideal. Is it the same with guns?
Generally speaking,
Okay.
yeah. Generally speaking, it's a tight, closed area that can collect moisture,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of what kind of leather you have in there.
Just good firearm etiquette.
Something we didn't talk about yesterday is this. This is CRC food grade silicone. And I'll spray the inside. That's how I finish the insides of my holsters.
Ooh.
So we'll just go ahead and do that on this one for demonstration purposes. There you go. Because it's food grade, it does not stain. And I'll probably do 2 or 3 coats like that. Let that leather really kind of soak that silicone in. And now you've got less abrasion going in and out. It doesn't affect the tension or the fit or the retention at all. And it protects that holster from moisture.
Interesting.
Yeah. But if you live in somewhere really humid, any tight space that doesn't wick is going to likely cause you a rust issue.
Yeah.
Even if you're using a gun rug to store, ideally your gun rug is going to have synthetic, believe it or not, synthetic fleece in it. If not, you at least want to use a veg tan, the yellow fleece, as opposed to the white chrome tan fleece, because the chrome tan again will eat your gun.
Yeah, the bark shearling is what we typically call it.
But yeah, don't go to the auto parts store looking for this. Get it off like Amazon, or you might find it at a restaurant supply house if you've got one near you. I buy this by the dozen. They're not that expensive.
How long does it take to set up a layer?
Just like that, it's probably dry, so I'm sure.
Really?
Yeah, it's dry. That leather sucks it right in there because we didn't put a finish on that part.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
That is the finish for the inside of the holster.
How did this discovery happen?
Once upon a time, I owned a restaurant.
What'd you cook?
Chicken wings. They were good too. But marketing is marketing, and we tried our hardest, but it just didn't go. So that was a tragedy.
What year was that?
2005-06.
Okay, so kind of right before you really dunked into the leather.
Yeah, went back to work for a while to fiscally recover.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense that thing in whenever he was.
Yeah.
Wiggling it around. I'll be back.
Okay.
This camera is number 2.
Okay.
You need to do that.
So 1, 2, 4.
Yeah, 1, 2, 4. 3 is not plugged in.
Yep.
That was the one that was falling apart.
All right. We'll keep an eye on those. We're going to finish this one, then we'll finish those.
How'd you make your wings? Now I'm curious.
My wings.
Yeah, you said you did wings. Chicken wings?
Oh!
I'm hungry.
I'm holster time. I'm in holster world over here. Talking about chicken wings.
I think you just made that.
Of course I did.
I think it... I heard it catch. That was hilarious.
But no, what our trick is that we would par bake the chicken
Okay.
and then deep flash fry it. It got the chicken out the door faster, and it made it such a tender wing in that that flash fry at about 375. Really made a nice chicken wing. And then we had, as opposed to making sauces, we went to a hot sauce trade show in Albuquerque and talked to like Dave from Dave's Insanity. We talked to Blair from all these different sauce makers. Like, hey, can we use your name as a sauce item and sell your sauce as a retail item as well? And they're like, everyone was like, yeah, go do that. So we did. We had 50 different sauces.
You gonna go through?
And they were I was trying to avoid having to slide everything around every time I did something. Here we go. So what I'm doing is I'm just moving this excess leather out of here because it makes it easier for the knife later. If you don't have a whole bunch.
Yeah.
So now we don't have as much resistance on our blade. We can get around there easier when we go to do this. Now, if I had a punch handy that was just that size, which I do at home, I would knock that out of there. Same with that. And I could probably get that one. It's okay. We'll do it the right way or the hard way.
Investing in a good, pretty thorough set of drive punches is always really handy.
If you can see it on camera, if you're going to notice, I'm actually turning the leather into the knife.
Hey, I did not give him the old dried out rawhide stuff. He brought that all on his own.
I did. I did. Let's look at this one. Spray.
But also, I mean, let's see here, what, like 4 ounces less than we were
Well,
cutting
3
out?
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
cutting.
3. Yeah, 3 per side. So that's actually 6, right?
Yeah. As he said, there are no barbecue guns, only barbecue holsters.
I'm not sure about that. There's some
Depends on
pretty
your family.
fancy engraved stuff out there that does nothing for you in a gunfight.
Yeah, I went to out in Vegas in January. They've got the antique firearm show.
Yep.
And then FEGA, which is the engraving guild,
I went to that once.
is
Yeah.
connected to that show. And so we went out there last January and worked with the FEGA guys. And my goodness, some of those firearms and the engraving.
Yeah. That's pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah. There's this one Lugo, I think on Instagram it's Lugo Master. He had a Iron Man helmet that he had fully engraved.
Oh gosh.
It was cool.
I'll bet.
It was pretty darn cool. Like real life Iron Man helmet that was just 100% engraved.
Whoa.
It was pretty wild. I think he also had like a skateboard that he had done.
Huh.
And then his practice pieces is he would go buy little Matchbox cars, and he would engrave like silver Matchbox cars.
Oh, geez.
And they were like, just practice engraving. And you could buy a car for like $500.
Dang. All right, we're marking out where our plug's going to go. We need to get this done before we do our belt loop. We're not going to stitch around the top and the bottom because the glue is doing its job. And if we down here, it doesn't really matter. But if we do this up here, that's right against the gun, and that's a built-in wear spot. With the gun going in and out, it's going to wear that stitching out. On the Western holster, we're able to flare that top out, so the gun's not going to wear it out. But if we do that, it's going to print. It's going to show up under our shirt, so it has to be flush to the gun.
Here, maybe you'll understand what David is asking here. He says, I guess Chris doesn't do any remodeling to a different gun after it's finished?
No. Once
Okay.
once it's molded to a particular gun, that's it.
Okay.
That's it.
One and done. That seems like that would start to break down some of the fibers if you got it wet all again and
Yeah,
then tried to reshape it.
it's gonna lose some of its strength.
Yeah. And this is probably a safety issue.
Well, it's just
No.
it's not gonna, yeah, it's not gonna retain as well. All that.
What are your feelings about Kydex?
They are unpleasant. And I'm a leather guy. I don't like the feel of plastic. I don't like the sound. I think they're clacky. I appreciate the duty guys. You know, if you're on patrol and stuff, all little safety features built into them to keep other people from stealing them, and you know, I get it. But I don't have to like it, and I don't have to make
Sure.
them.
No. I got the sticky note off the door.
Oh,
I'll let you read it.
no. Totally was looking past it. I apologize.
If I can find the right edger here. There it is. Using a Barry King number 3 edger. I call out Barry King not so much as to advertise him, but to let you know that there are differences. A number 3 Barry King is different than a Horseshoe brand number 3, which is different than an Osborne number 3. So just as a matter of fact, don't go out and grab your number 3 Horseshoe brand, which is way bigger, and just total your holster with it. Where'd our water go? Oh, no, not the sponge.
Oh, the sponge.
Over there. Okay.
have one that could possibly get quietly and hopefully they don't hear me and then go ahead and go for it. Do you think so many people jump to Kydex because there's a lot of leather holsters that are not great?
I would suggest that.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Because I'll be 100% honest, I'm not just saying this because you're sitting here, I also don't have that much experience. Until I held one of yours, I was like, you can't have a good leather holster. It's too floppy. And then I held one of yours. I'm like, all right, well, that makes sense. that would actually work.
That actually works. Yes, it does.
But you don't see those at Bass Pro. You see
No, you don't. And that's, and like I said, I don't want to make them for everybody. That's why I'd rather teach you how to make your own and do it right. I'm going to put a little bit of love on that edger. It wasn't cutting right.
Mm-hmm. You said that's the Bisonet, the one you have in your hand?
No, it's a number 3, just a Barry King common edger.
That Bisonet, that was the bent one that
That's
we used yesterday.
the inside radius one, yeah. The tight radius one.
Does he have different sizes of those, or is it just one size?
Oh, no, he's got full size, all sizes of everything.
Okay. Do you have multiple sizes of that one, or do you have one of those?
I've got a couple sizes of the tight. I think the 3, kind of a small, medium, large deal. Doing this edging, I'm not edging where my glue's going to go, where my plug's going to go. Okay. Not such a big deal on the outside.
Problem is, you're going to glue your plug in there, and then you're going to have like a dip.
And little bumps.
So, straight across on that so you can get it all nice and edged. Michael, we'll check it out, and I can send you an email later with a link to the right one.
as we're going to stitch this down right here, we need to finish at least most of this tab right here completely. So we'll dampen that just a little bit more. Might as well just do the whole thing.
Coming in with your 400.
Coming in with 400.
I went and stole a little 400 and 600 from my husband's knife shop last night, and I said thank you very much for my gifts. He just buys the big old packs of square sheets.
No, you buy in bulk when you buy sandpaper.
Mm-hmm.
So I just bought bulk. I just bought a whole bunch of sandpaper, 3M, you know, the nice stuff. And then I get word, one of good friends, somebody I trust is their opinion of, they're like, man, that cheap stuff from Harbor Freight outlasts 3M all day. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I just bought a stack of 3M. God dang.
And we were talking about, we've been talking about sharp tools. And there's definitely, you can buy some economy grade tools from us. You can, buy an edger that's 20, 30 bucks or something. It'll come all right, but you probably need to put a little bit of work into it right out of the package in order to get it kind of honed in. You're going to buy a Barry King, and it's going to come pretty darn good.
It's going to be right out of the box sharp.
Yeah. They're going to run you 70, 80 bucks or 50 or whatever.
Barry tends to use better steel than most of the lesser expensive foreign or imported stuff.
Yeah, hold its edge longer.
It'll hold an edge longer, yeah.
But then making sure that you're ready to strop it.
People ask, I always try and say, buy the best tools you can afford in that moment.
Yeah.
And that's comes from working in Beard's booth forever. His tools are, Barry's tools are 35 to 65. Bobby starts at 70, right? For a beveler, that's 70 bucks. And it's worth it? Yeah, it is worth it. It's a better tool. It uses a better burnish. It's a harder tool. Stainless steel is only so hard. But so they're 70 bucks though. So if someone doesn't have a lot of money, it's like, all right. And this is what I did. This is how I started my beard collection, my Pro Series collection. What tool do I use the most? Well, common beveler. So that's what I bought first. Yep. And then it just kind of grew from there.
Well, especially if you're starting with, the $8 tools. Yeah. You're like, okay, what's my favorite? You can maybe afford to try 5 or 6 different styles of that $8, kind of slowly build up, and you're like, okay, I really like this checker pattern, this or this smooth or whatever. This one is speaking to me, and so then you go and you can get a Barry King or go check out Bob Beard's booth and see, okay, what can my three tools that I'm going to buy this year, but I'm going to buy really good ones.
Right.
And then every year, you put your pennies away, you go to the show.
Mm-hmm. The way I used to beard, because up until a few years ago, Bobby's tools, you had to order them. There was no inventory at the show. You had to order them. And it was a year. You got them back, you pick up your order at that show next year. So I would go in and I'd order about $1,000 worth of tools. About that many tools, right? Fit in your hand like that. And but I had a whole year to save up, make sure I knew that in my cash flow it was listed in there.
Right. I
shouldn't have done that. So there's no point. I went ahead and colored this, even though it's rough, because I'm talking and I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. I don't do the top and the bottom right now because as soon as we dunk it in the water, we're going to lose most of our burnish. And you can touch it up a little bit where it's stitched down, but you can't, once it's stitched down, you can't do, all the work. So we kind of have to find a compromise. Doing it this way. That side's going to hit that there. Back in the long ago, we used to have to do this with a dauber.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, it was challenging to get anything done with the dauber without ruining everything else.
I don't think I've ever used a dauber in anything. They come and
I use them occasionally for things.
yeah.
But I always make sure I burn what I call the first layer of fuzz off. Go outside to burn the fuzz off the dauber because it is rightfully stinky.
You just take a lighter to it and just set it on fire?
Yep.
All right.
All right, we're going to make space for our glue. You don't have to be horribly precise because it's going to get stitched down.
Would you use a tight radius or that little bend thing? Would you use that on, anywhere you need to bevel, or does it start to get tricky?
No, like it's kind of weird because you got to hold it at 90 degrees instead of pushing it like a regular at 45.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much just for slots.
Okay.
It's in little tiny tight radius places. Hey,
Special
hey.
delivery.
Chow on the horizon.
Housekeeping.
Tacos? No.
We got chimichangas. Or I don't know what Tony got.
The changas of chimneys.
Alright. I'm going to thin this edge down. I want this edge right here to be about as thin as I can get it without it being a feather. So we're going to take another couple ounces off of that. And this is just because it looks nice. Reduces the profile a little bit. There you go. We're probably down. I can just barely see the chestnut shining through there. So we're down to about a 5-ounce lip. And that's fine. Now that we've done that, we'll come back and actually burnish a little bit. Lucky enough. Right there. If I was smart, I would have burnished first and then skived, but I got out of order.
Because it's hard to talk and do.
Yeah, sometimes.
So you're on like these panels that we're sitting over here, still just like layer number 1, right? Was this layer number 1 or layer number 2?
These are 2 layers of a different holster.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, glue layer.
Yeah, no, this is 2, so we're about to put those together.
Okay, so we do need to keep. I was like, oh, if it was just layer number 1 and then you started working on this and you're like, I'm going to get all the way through this, does it really matter if it waits for layer number 2?
No, layer 1 can wait for days and days and days.
Okay.
But layer 2 has a time limit.
Right.
And we're still doing okay there.
I would say so.
Michael's been listening too much.
Uh-oh.
One does not talk while doing a U-turn under the sheets.
Requires focus, doesn't it?
Well, hopefully. Never mind.
Oh, goodness.
We could talk Michael into bringing that Desert Eagle in tomorrow. We could do a little segment on designing a holster for him.
I know, that's what I was thinking. I sent him an email this morning. Gonna see if he could wife to get him to come down. He's like, you guys got some good antique stores, right? And I was like, yeah, we got you.
They got a lot of antique stores here.
We'll get you fixed up. He's like, oh, it's 6 hours away. And I was like, no, it's only 3.5. You got this. I Google mapped it for you.
Uh-huh. All right. That'll do. And now let's have lunch.
Sounds like a plan. Right. Did you just get the same thing, Tony?
I think we got the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys got rotted chicken.
Smothered.
Oh, thank you.
She can drive me down. Somebody do something confetti. Oh, just remember what happened before with a real cordless hole puncher. Yeah, YouTube really doesn't like the cordless hole punchers. It's not a
Yeah,
fan.
they're kind of persnickety.
Accident that just happened on my way down
I heard all the trucks. Emergency
there. It
quick.
was substantial.
Oh, yeah?
The
There was
pilot.
only 2 cars, but one was missing a wheel. The other one, somebody had the engine about in their lap.
Whoosh.
That's no bueno.
Especially with the speed limit on the road out front, it's only 40.
Did you end up telling me the story of how you figured out that silicone was a good spray for your holster?
Well, I just know what silicone does.
So you're just like, I'll just
That's that industrial arts background a little
put
bit.
that in there.
Just a little bit.
I hammered mine out already.
So you were hungry.
I made things happen.
Tony eats a cupcake in one bite.
Yeah.
It's his special talent.
Any chips and salsa over that way? No? Elizabeth?
Take a few.
The cheese amount between brother and sister. She's a little more liberal with her cheese.
I agree.
Her queso is also a little bit different.
A little bit, maybe.
Tony, what do you know about Lebanon? Ozzy says he's looking to get out of Illinois. Oh, you're gonna choke on a chip?
What do I know about it?
Mm-hmm.
It's off of Highway 44.
It's right up the road.
It's a city in Missouri.
Thanks.
It's nice. It's fine. I go through it on my way to Columbia. It's growing a lot. Not quite the small town that it used to be. What makes it fit on the short list?
Have you ever tried making a pair of shoes, Chris?
No, I've got a couple of the sole kits
Mm-hmm.
from my friend Mo in France there, but I haven't had time to. I've got so many projects I just can't justify doing. You
Yeah.
know? If I got time to do that, I've got time to do something that makes money.
I saw Aaron posted a pretty cool pair on
Yeah.
social the other day. They looked really good.
I think you should try to do it two-handed, Michael. That would be a real trick. He's gonna try to teach himself how to make a pair of shoes one-handed next year. Grow me a hand, please, and I will.
I mean, we're growing valves. Maybe one day we'll be able to grow that.
We'll take a heart valve from a pig,
Mm-hmm.
and if you can take a hoof from one,
A pig hoof and make a hand, or just
Yeah.
have a pig hoof.
you just have a pig hoof in the hand.
Is that going to get you anywhere, Michael? Pig hoof.
Captain Hoof. Yeah, probably. Walk by a field and you see just a hand growing out of the spine of a pig.
No. Well, if you can tool the opposite way, it could just be your mallet.
There you go.
It'll be a mallet hand.
There you go.
I don't know if that's helpful at all. Probably not very helpful.
Talked about at one point. Can you imagine that though? You had your tombstone as your granite slab. You just use it all your life
Mm-hmm.
with your hoof hand that's too long.
It sounds like the Addams Family.
A little bit.
They have a hand.
That's right.
It's
You got
just
Patty.
running around. It can hold your tools for you. See, you just need a thing.
Aaron had planned on entering his shoes in the show coming up in Vegas, and Janie Sue shutting down.
She's like, you can't enter our show. Like you said, she runs it.
Mm-hmm.
It was my first year in Sheridan when they got engaged.
Oh yeah,
That was a fun night.
I was judging
When that happened,
when that happened. Yeah.
I didn't know what to. I was like, is this how this show always goes? I was like, this is wild. Got the little bugle corps, whatever it's called,
Mm-hmm.
and people getting married. All sorts of stuff. What a fun little town.
It is. Lots of good food there.
Yeah. I know we went to that Silver Spur like every morning. That waitress knew us by the time we left. That's just fun.
Yeah.
But I will say that other breakfast place kind of down on the square in the pie.
Oh, square.
Or just like on the little main strip.
Mm.
There's another little, it's breakfast and then they have pies. Whatever that it is, and they have amazing pie. I love anything rhubarb, and you don't find that too often.
That was my least favorite dish we.
I don't know, it's sentimental. I grew up, my mom always had a big rhubarb plant in the backyard, and we would make, every summer we would make some rhubarb dessert. So it just reminds me of my childhood.
That was mighty tasty. Indeed.
Your tossers back there?
Yeah.
Okay.
These are clear. They're supposed to be good to go.
About to go to 53 months. Subscribed on Twitch.
That's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Who was our first subscriber, do you know? Was it Chevy?
Yeah. I think Chevy was first one. Latigo was in the first 5 or the first 10. Can't remember what the founder one is.
Charles, it's nice to see you here. Glad that you made it out of the hospital. It's nice to have you back.
While that's setting up, I'll go see about the bobbin on the machine over here. And we watch glue dry. While we're watching glue dry, we'll cut this one out over here. Not sitting down though.
Oh, Ben Hill grew up in Dublin, Ireland, and rhubarb was huge there. Look, I'm just Irish at heart. I'll take that. Oh, poor Charles. Had an oops and he fractured both hips.
Oh, jeez.
That's no good. How long were you in the hospital? My grandma's saying was, getting old's not for sissies.
That's right. That's right. It's not for the weak.
She made it to the ripe age of 98.
Wow.
She started losing it a little bit before she passed, and she was pretty well convinced that she was 100. And at some point, we just gave it to her because I was like, "You're so close."
Why we gotta argue about that?
Yeah, that just seems mean. Nice. What did you make out of rhubarb over in Ireland? I'm going to need them to get less contoured containers on the bottom. Because there's a bunch of cheese in here that
It's
I am not able to eat.
unrecoverable.
There's too many cracks.
We got a good view of the sponge there.
Oh, you're good. I got you.
Mm.
Oh, I think I got my rhubarb people. I got some rhubarb people out there. We've got Ben on YouTube. He grew up in Ireland and ate rhubarb. And then we've got Charles, that I assume is not in Ireland. And he also ate rhubarb. And he stole it from his neighbors. I'm not alone.
It's not really clear. We'll give that a minute. No, we won't. All it's got to do is hold it there while I stitch. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Gotta mark our stitch line.
Food grade silicone?
You missed it. That goes on the inside of the holster. We lube up the insides
That makes sense. No, that makes sense.
for easier access.
Well, no, it's
I
not
just-
the access part, it's for
The question was
Liability.
why you were using it. I just food grade. I never.
I put it on my food.
I know what it's.
The chimichanga didn't have enough queso to make it slide down.
It didn't have,
Just
it didn't have,
It's
right on that
inside.
chimichanga.
it didn't have enough
Full
of that,
throated
that
it.
chemical taste. You needed to add a little bit more to it. Put a little bit more plastic in your food.
Yeah.
You're hungry.
Yeah.
We've all been hanging around Tony too much.
Wow. Blame the old guy.
Yeah.
Something I said?
No, just the truth.
Any straight edge in a storm.
Any straight edge in a storm. Something to mark a line.
All right. We don't have that camera anymore, so I'm just going to disappear and go stitch this way.
Now that we used Aquilum on one of the holsters, this was not it, and then the other two have weldwood. Is Renia making a glue that's supposed to turn purple?
Turn purple.
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware.
I think you're thinking of Kaboom, and it goes on purple and turns clear.
What was that guy's name?
Oh,
Billy?
Billy Mays.
Yeah.
Nice. I met him one time at
Did you
Walgreens.
really?
He just came in, and he was like looking at because Walgreens always has the as seen on TV aisle,
Uh-huh.
and he was like looking at his own stuff, and I was like, "Do I know you?" And sure enough,
It's Billy Mays.
It was Billy Mays. Just
Wow.
in Springfield, he was like shooting commercials for something.
The only way I could remember his name was the South Park. I had to recall that. Where are you? Come on. There you are.
Is this another good double toe situation?
It's on the machine all the time unless it's in the way.
Gotcha.
Can't see those notifications.
That's all right. But wait, there's more. Call in the next 20 minutes and get 2. Oh, Billy Mays.
All right, download the subscriber list.
Oh, I'm like, why does this look weird? We're using the big needle. I got to change the needle spec.
That's the problem of
Actually, I
making.
don't, 'cause the next thing I do is going to be a welt, so we'll just leave it alone. These welts aren't quite as fussy as the Western holsters, just because it's thinner leather.
So
And no rawhide.
Chevy and Latigo are both 53.
So Latigo said it. He was like a few minutes after. Down to the seconds.
Oh, there's the boundaries.
Yeah, it's better.
Looks like Latigo made them the day after Chevy. Chevy was on the 15th of something, 2021. And
I mean,
Just some scrap to make a plug out of.
where did I put that belly? Do you still want it to be 2-ply?
Yeah.
Or do you want this?
I did not plan ahead. It's my bad. Nah, that's way too thick. We'll suffice it.
Okay. I'll say you could cut a piece and I can split it down.
Beauty is, it doesn't have to be horribly huge. Get that in there. Yeah, we can make that work. So because this doesn't have a whole lot of bend to it, we can actually cut a straight plug and bend it around there.
Ben also likes to use weldwood. Says it works well and it's easy to get.
That's it.
Maybe Reiner made a joke about adhesive turning purple. That seems like something that he would joke about.
I wonder when Weldwood's going to come with an offshoot that's called like Weld Leather.
I don't think they will.
They're probably made by Procter and Gamble and just don't care.
They're made by DAP.
DAP.
I think that also makes a lot of like wall spackling.
They make a lot of drywall stuff. They make all kinds of woodworking stuff.
What I heard was he was just saying Tony was right.
You hear that no matter what you say.
Oh, you're an idiot, Tony. Are you saying I'm right?
Translation.
Yeah, Martin, that makes sense. He likes the aquilum because his work table is the kitchen table.
You want to stink up the house.
Yeah.
Got to finish the edge before I can put the glue on it.
What's good going on over there, Liz?
I don't know, guys. I'm just doing things with my hands. I'm gonna
There
mold
you
a bowl.
go, mold a bowl.
Mold a bowl out of this piece of rawhide. Leathery rawhide.
Leathery.
Leather with a rawhide insert.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it two? All right.
Oh.
Okay. All right, Tony, you're up. Sorry, I have an appointment for a phone call, and then I'll be back.
Nice.
Okay.
We're also supposed to have a meeting at 2.
Mm.
But I told the person that scheduled the meeting that that's probably not going to happen.
Can't find anything. It's sitting right in front of me.
It's a good thing it's not a snake.
So,
Will not block dyes.
oop, it's good stuff.
When you're doing customs for people, do they get to pick the color of the leather, or do you always do black and chestnut?
Oh no, they get to pick.
Yeah.
But they get to pick from what Herman Oak has to offer.
Yeah.
Because they don't get to see the dye chart. I do not like to dye.
Yeah.
All right, there it is right there.
How long did you serve in the military?
6 years.
Did you guys talk about that in your podcast?
Not at all.
Perfect.
Nope, did 6 years, a cruise, and a start to finish over in Saudi Arabia for Desert Shield and Storm.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Probably a wild time.
At times.
Yeah.
At times. You know, the definition of military service is sit around and wait for something exciting to happen. But when it does happen, it's really exciting.
It's really exciting. Yeah, I'm sure it was extremely exciting for those first Desert Storm and Desert Shield.
Mm.
Where were you stationed?
For the most part, in Tustin, California, at what they call the LTA base, the lighter than air base. Huge, like stand the Statue of Liberty up inside them, huge wooden hangars that they used to use for the dirigibles, the lighter than airs. You know, it was neat. One of them burnt down, highly suspicious circumstances. As in, someone wanted. There are historical markers, and there's 2 of them. So I think someone decided if they burnt one down, they could maybe develop that land, you know,
right,
where the base used to be. Which is very sad.
Yeah.
Okay. Guess we'll just do that while that's drying.
Looks like our trading. Hi, Charles. He said, hi, Wackatoni. Oh, Isaac, will you hit 4 over there? Or 2? I got you. Here, maybe I just need my phone, and then... Will you bring my phone, and then pull open...
4 2.
2. Open the desktop manager thing, so I can click the buttons from my phone. You know what I'm talking about? No. The Black Magic design.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'll...
It's called something.
I don't know, just go on the start menu and type in Black Magic and see if it pulls open the folder. Then I can log into my computer and I can switch cameras from my phone. No, it's the other one. Did your dad get checked in to the video?
I know Terry said he probably won't say anything at all, but he should be on it.
Yeah.
Terry told him it was up, so.
Sorry, it took me a second to get to the apps.
No, it's okay. It would help if I knew what the name of it was.
Once I see it, I'll know.
Of course, we have to finish the belt loop before we stitch it on there. Finish the edges.
Is this the off-road? I'm not seeing it.
I'm all alone over here.
No, it's okay.
It's Windows 11 being the great software that it is. Operating system, if you will. Bill Gates is really causing a racket over there. Magnum is falling over.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't spring a leak.
Everybody's being quiet.
Yeah.
Ben's gonna get back
This
in.
is obviously riveting.
Yeah. When you do your demystifying classes,
Mm-hmm.
those are all day.
It's like an hour and a half.
Yeah. Does it take long to demystify it?
No.
I know we had toyed around with doing that too.
Mm-hmm. We'll do that tomorrow. That's fine.
Well, unless Michael comes down with his Desert Eagle.
That's true. We might be able to do both. We'll see.
Then we'll do holster design. Tony, do you know anything on Windows 11 compared to the old Windows 10? So Windows 11 is Windows 10 with a new face. That's basically it.
I'm reluctant to change because I get used to one face.
Yeah. If you're not getting on the internet a bunch with your computer, then it's fine. And what you're doing, I'm sure you're not running around and visiting a bunch of different sites.
I've probably got a dozen tabs open on Google at any given moment.
Yeah.
I'm afraid if I close it, I'll never find it again.
Right, but it's all reputable sites and
Yeah, typically.
yeah.
As far as I know. We'll put it
Right.
that way.
Michael hopes his wife can find someone to work her mail route tomorrow, and then he'll come down. If not, then maybe we can do the demystifying and maybe a couple tooling cars, trading
Well,
cars.
maybe.
We'll see.
I'm reluctant to tool.
Oh, since we don't have lights.
Well, it's not so much that. I haven't carved anything in like 2 months.
Yeah.
I'm out of my element, cruising somebody else's stuff.
Well, it's okay. We're just making excuses.
I should edge that before I do this. That's the thing, you get too far ahead of yourself.
Which were you gonna edge?
The top and the bottom. Like I said, I got ahead of myself here because we got to mark the back and all kinds of stuff. So we'll just let this glue dry and it'll either work or we'll put more on later. All right.
I've seen people cut it to that shape.
That's what we did.
Yeah.
The Western one we did. We cut it to shape. There's not much of a protrusion there for our trigger guard, so it's not.
So you can Makes it easier to bend the
You
fabric.
can just bend
I
it
mean, the
around.
fibers.
The fibers around there, yeah.
He's not using an edge. Oh, the Edge Magic.
Oh, I forgot to Skype. We'll Skype it on the holster. It'll be okay.
Your Edge Magic, is there a place that people can grab it, or is this
It
got a no bottom situation?
kind of at this point. He's taken like the last year off just to get his health in order,
Yeah.
which is working out fine. But as a result, we couldn't find him on Amazon yesterday, which is where he would usually go to get it.
Right.
And I'm not sure of anybody that actually retails it other than himself on Amazon.
I bet you I know somebody that would.
Indeed.
We usually scream through Tokenol and Toco Pro, but it does block.
It absolutely blocks. It's glue.
Yep.
Makes a crazy resist though.
Yeah.
If you want something to be like no shit the same color as when you started and antique around it, Tokenol.
Yeah.
Lacquer does the same. Tokenol's a little friendlier to use.
Stamped letters on my leather the other day. First time since the June surgery on the elbow nerve. First swing and a miss on the tool and hit my toe.
Oh, good Lord.
That's Michael.
Yeah, still.
He's probably the only one that can say that and it not be weird. If you swung and missed with your toe.
With your toe, yeah. Shit.
Throwing the hammer.
I was going to sneeze there for a second.
Put it on the website, Tony. Well, that's kind of what I was hinting at, G. I'm going to put the last quarter of Chris's bottle of Edge Magic on the website. It'll be pricey, let me tell you.
Yeah, let me tell you what.
Springfield XDM with a 5 1/4 barrel.
We got a pattern for that.
Which holster? Which one?
Technically, all three styles. It's just a matter of getting the one that's the right frame size. But got XD compacts, XD fulls. The XD specifically, one of them is, I think it's the 2 slot. One of them has a specific XD pattern, but most of them will go in the high slide pattern because the XDs were kind of the first high slide out there. Which I still don't understand why they do that, but moves the bore line up, which makes the recoil more violent. Set aside to dry. All right. So what I'm going to do right now is, just since we're waiting for the glue to dry, is mark my stitch line. I'm only going to mark it on one side, the side we stitch from. Otherwise, there's a chance we might miss the line over here. So we will use... And when I do this, I'm going to mark from my stitch line this way up. I don't want to mark all the way from the edge, because that mark's going to show later.
So you just came up a little bit and then stopped a little bit short.
Right. So that's our stitch line. Now we're going to put our glue line in. The glue line doesn't matter if we go all the way to the edge or not, because the glue line goes all the way to the edge. Okay. So on this one that we're going to fold over and glue together like so, we need to remove all this grain in here. I'm just going to take my French edger and peel it all off.
Yeah, and you're just mostly taking just the very, very top.
Just lifting the grain off. We're going to dig down a little bit where it comes together behind our slot, just to make it a little more thin and more comfortable, ideally, under your belt. Get it at least down to that other layer. You can do this with a skiving knife or a head knife, or whatever makes you happy. I can feel myself hit that glue line.
Mm-hmm. You can hear it.
I'll be all right. Not too lumpy. Be all right. Tool doesn't like to go on the flesh. It just likes the grain, for the most part.
It's like the French, it gives up when things get hard. I'm kidding.
So, in the SAS game,
Hey,
there's
Jack Frost.
in the SAS game, there's sometimes you start at a certain kind of surrender,
Yeah.
right? So there's low surrender, Texas surrenders, your hands on your guns, right? And then there's French surrender. I didn't make up those rules. That's just the way they are.
Fully given up. It's been a long time since we've seen you in here, Jack Frost.
Oops, I didn't edge to the bottom. Good thing I caught that.
Oh. I don't know why. Let me turn on the. Oh, I see.
Is there an obvious answer?
Well, I was trying to figure out. Garrett says redeems it on a long delay or my feet is slow. No, it took a long time to happen if you were whacking me for the French edger comment. No, I could when I'm looking on the controller, so I can see how to turn the picture-in-picture on, so they can see the front camera and the overhead at the same time. It's not real clear. It's just underneath something that says transition. Well, I don't know what the transition is to or from.
Well, apparently there's a lot of options for transitioning these days.
Yeah, there is. It's not just a picture-in-picture. Goes back to calling Karen the Karen. Just call me what you want to, but don't call me late for dinner. Or I guess that was Tabby Cat.
Well, it was Tabby Cat. Alright. Okay. Pretty much holster shaped. How about that? Let's stitch her together.
Demystifying our machine is slowing it down.
Yes. Yes, it is. Make myself a little mark. There we go. I want to start stitching just outside my glue seam, like literally just outside it. Give myself a little indicator. I'll do the same thing on the top. And we're going to start with a lock stitch. think I can get one more stitch there. Yeah. Same thing, we'll do a lock stitch. Missed. Okay.
Sorry for the ride.
Oop, gotta do the bottom. And the rest of those will come out when we wet mold all those track marks. So when I stitched over right to the point of where that plug starts. So now I'm just going to round that off right there so it matches the same offset.
Very nice. That one is ready to mold. Indeed. I think I'm going to sand just because of the situation we're in. Normally I would do it afterwards. I think I'm going to sand and dye my edges, but we're not going to burnish them until after we've wet molded, because that wet molding is just going to blow the burnish back out. And that's no fun. It's like doing stuff to do it all over again.
Yeah.
What size Coke bottles are these?
12 ounce.
They're 12-ounce Coke bottles.
The size matters. That is the right size. As good as turning the sound down if it doesn't acknowledge you turn the sound down.
That's a fair point.
Out of my way to not have that make noise.
I wonder what happened to your
Oh,
bowl.
stay with me. Sorry, Jacob needed me on a phone call. He was like, Liz, can you help me? There's a conference call. And I was like, yeah. It was fine. It was fine.
Did all the answers get questioned?
Yeah, it's just one of the people we cut for, just like checking in. They hadn't bought since the beginning of the year, so Jacob was like, I don't know. Like, he's like, this is a weird email. Like, hey, can we touch base? He's like, I'm not sure what's happening. And I was like, well, I can't help you with that. What are we doing?
We're sanding.
We're sanding edges. Like I said, normally I would do this after it was wet molded and everything, but I want to get it dyed before we wet mold it, so we don't have to necessarily wait for it to dry. Yeah. Being as we're all on camera and live and stuff.
Jeez. How long is a typical class that you teach?
Typically, I try to keep them to 8 hours.
Yeah.
You know,
that's a good day.
it is. It's a solid day. Yeah, absolutely.
Demystifying machines. That's only an hour and a half.
That's only an hour and a half. Yeah.
We already talked about that.
That's a quickie. Yeah, unless we're going to take it all the way apart and put it back together, there's not 8 hours worth of instruction in that machine.
Randall says, hey, Chris, I'm working on one of those holsters right now.
Awesome.
Everybody's quiet on a Thursday.
We've asked all of our questions on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Apparently.
What kind of questions do you have about not leather work? Send us your math questions.
We'll answer them incorrectly for you.
Send us a picture of your kids' homework.
We do sometimes. We'll get pictures of people's dogs laying on their leather. That's always cute.
We did get a picture. Well, it wasn't an email. It was a text message back to our text message line of a guy's cats. And I said, cute cats. And he said, oops. Which ended up working out because he had some questions about some other stuff that we were able to. Say yes. Winning lottery numbers for this week? Let's see. Let's go to ChatGPT.
What did I tell you?
I heard it.
Can you give me some winning lotto numbers for Missouri?
I am curious what its response is.
If by winning logo numbers, no, I said lotto. I meant lotto.
Did you already
Got it. You mean Missouri Lotto. The 6-number draw game. Missouri uses 6 numbers from 1 to 44. I can't give you winning numbers. Nobody can. But I can generate some solid quick pick style sets. Plus a hot cold mix sets if you want a variety.
Did you get Charles' question earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Are you ready? Michael? No. William? 4, 11, 19, 23, 32, and 41. And if you want a separate ticket, let's go with 9, 14, 21, 30, 36, 42. Which, I mean, we're talking about holsters and now playing the lottery. So this video getting caught by YouTube for sure. What? You need to get a laptop. What computer would I recommend? That's what you're doing. That's fair. What computer did I get? I got a gaming computer with an ARMD processor, and it's probably the fastest computer that I've ever had.
Just did that.
It was like $1,200 from Best Buy on Black Friday a couple years ago.
Okay.
Don't forget to put your loop on.
Don't forget to put the loop.
William said if I win enough, I can buy YouTube and we can fix the stupidity.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Mine that I got is an Asus, ASUS.
I think that's what Chris normally gets when he gets a laptop.
Yeah.
All of it's just right there.
That's the cutest awl I've ever seen.
That's very handy.
And you just push it with your finger. You know, it's not like a whole
Yeah.
handle.
Well, you're just marking, you know.
Yeah.
It's not too hard. What I'm going to do is put a little glue on the bottom so it can dry while we're stitching.
We're going back to the Stitch Fest.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the camera we were on.
Huh?
That was the camera we were on.
Oh. Fix that.
There you go. Thanks.
Tony, there's a problem. What is the wrong way? That's okay. Got time for more liquid.
Some more.
Okay.
I heard the bottom of it. She says, Tony.
Guys, I'm starting to run out of words.
That's the camera we're on.
I think 1 hour twice a week plus live shopping is about the right amount of words that one ought to use on the internet every week. But 5 to 6 hours a day, that's too many.
Especially when nobody's chatting back.
I know, where's all of our live shoppers? It's 2:30. Come on, y'all. Where are you at? Come join us. Talk about some fat wrinkles. Starridge says, I'm right here.
just gonna stitch a box. Hopefully, very simple thing to do.
What happened?
The temperature is
Cold.
yeah.
We've developed a beep with that machine.
Got a little squeak to it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, William, buying the back issue of the Leather Journal for your article.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Give it some info.
You might be able to buy another one if you went to the lotto.
Alright, I'll smash that down and do the front and bottom half.
I'm on the phone, so reduce your viewer count by 1.
Watching this from 2 places. I am still just like a little.
Yeah.
I would just have never thought about putting silicone, so it does absorb into the leather.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta start using that on your sheaths.
I don't. Maybe.
I do. I use them on my sheaths for sure.
Yeah, because I typically, like I just have veg, and I'm not necessarily finishing it. Sometimes I'll maybe put just kind of a half-inch down from the top of the edge. I'll burnish just kind of a little bit of a line, but I don't know. I'm just, this is,
Befuddled.
I'm like silicone spray.
Yeah.
You learned a new
And
gluing technique?
And it's not, how long does it last in there? Or is it
I don't know yet.
just,
But it shouldn't come out.
and you do a couple layers
once it
of
absorbs, yeah, I'll put a couple coats on there. Once it absorbs in there and the solvents gas off, it should stay in there. Just like any other finish.
what is this supposed to be used on?
So, if you go, think of yourself at a hotel and you got those feed-through toasters.
Yeah.
You got to lube the bearings with something.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that kind of stuff.
And it's made for metal, right?
Yep.
So it won't affect the finish of anything that goes in here.
Right.
It should be good. If you swallow it, don't induce vomiting. Don't do that.
Just let it pass.
Just call the doctor.
Don't swallow the lube.
See how I'm just being good right there?
See how I didn't take your bait, Tony?
Something like that.
Everybody thought it though. That's all that matters.
That's right. You planted that seed.
Yeah, exactly. Double entendre, if you will.
Sometimes it's gotten so bad that Isaac just finds his way to the corner and he just stands in the corner.
Oh,
And he's like,
poor
I-
Isaac.
Yeah. He's like, I can't. I don't. My young ears are too delicate for this conversation.
I did go out to retail earlier this morning when we first. Also true, Michael. On retail, and they had the TV on with the volume up. Then I realized they're playing the videos from today, and I was like, hey, we probably should turn the volume down on that.
Just a little.
Yeah, like to 0.
Yeah, they're not allowed to watch live shopping live on retail. That's not a thing. Especially if we're selling beaver. That's no good.
That's just asking for it, isn't it?
Well, sometimes we get lamb skins also.
And sometimes we sell them 4 at a time.
Yeah, you get a 4-pack.
You don't even have to go to the gas station.
Yeah. You can't get 3 and you can't get 5. It has to be 4. That's where the deal really starts.
Really, leather just makes your jokes for you.
Sometimes.
William said he was giggling just a little bit, and now he's laughing out loud.
Set aside to dry.
You know, sometimes if a piece of leather has holes in it, which of course it never does, because leather never has a hole.
Right.
It just depends on how big it is. Sometimes it's just like a finger hole. Sometimes it's a little bit bigger and you can get a whole fist in there.
Don't make me go back to the convention I told you about the other day.
Sometimes it's big enough you just put the whole head through. And then you wear it like a cape.
There you go. All right. In between gags over here, I got a little glue right there, so we're just going to leave it sit there till it dries, and we'll just roll it off and it'll be fine. In the meantime, we will put our pattern in here. What did I do with it?
Which one?
It's the single gun looking one. There you go. Put hands on it. There you go.
I'm touching it.
this for some reason. That's why, Chris. You're an idiot. All right, so this only sits in here and lines up in one place. So it's kind of hard to get it wrong. Not saying you can't. I'm saying it's difficult.
He tried to make it real easy for you.
Actually, I tried to make it real easy for me, and I just published it for everybody else. And again, I didn't go all the way to the edge because I don't want that mark to show after we stop stitching. Turn this upside down, it fits on here just fine. Just like that. Now we're marking our glue line.
Mm-hmm. Never was there.
It was never there. All right, so in an effort to line up our pattern on the back piece, we don't have a reference like we did on the front, as in the top of the holster. And we need to mark this anyway for glue, so I'm going to come in here just underneath that piece of leather so it doesn't show. We mark the bottom. Now, I should be able to line those up to there. If I could see. Like so.
Apparently.
And now we're going to skive off all of our glue area. Just like we did on the other one.
But on the right side.
We got the sides down, man. We are okay with the sides. Smarty pants.
Sorry, all of my just appropriate behavior has worn out, and now I'm just on sarcasm. That's what I got left.
That's all you got.
That's all I got. I mean, you see the room that I live in. It's really self-preservation.
Right.
I feel like holster makers should just be button makers.
Yeah, right. We got all the materials.
Create all the button leather.
And again, we're right out here where that slot is. We're going to skive down to that top piece of leather there. There it is.
We found it.
We found it.
What's up, Suge boy? How you doing?
Tony, I just sent you an email with pictures of my cup.
Have you talked about curved slots versus straight slots?
No, we haven't.
I'm looking, and most of yours looks very curvy.
Yeah, I don't care much for straight lines. I make them curved to pretty much match the curve of the holster of the shell itself. It's just I just think it looks nicer. It's not like it works any better. It just looks nicer. I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna. Oh, you got to do this to make the holster. No, it's just prettier sometimes.
Does it allow you maybe to take off a little bit of extra bulk on the edges when you don't have a straight, like, because with a straight one, I feel like wouldn't it still need to be placed in the same spot?
Yeah, it would still sit right there.
Okay.
It's just not as pretty.
So we could just, sure. Okay. I'm being overly semantic about it, I feel like. I almost asked if you needed a slot punch, and then I started looking at them, and I was like, well, they're not straight. So we're probably going to hand cut them.
So I have curved punches at home.
Oh, do you?
I
Get
don't believe
custom ones made?
Yeah, well, there's a company in Pennsylvania, maybe, that makes them. That made them. They're not in the catalog anymore, so they might have stopped making them. B Order Supply was the name of the place. But they're an Amish company. They make all their own punches and stuff.
Interesting.
And they're really nice punches.
We are making conceal and carry holsters today. We've got Chris Andre in the house if you haven't been here all week. And he is working on his...
And if you have been here all week, we still have Chris Andre.
We still have Chris Andre.
Like it or not.
So we're doing 3 different conceal and carry designs. This is the 2-slot pancake.
This is the 2-slot pancake.
So we've carried his holster patterns for a really long time, and recently he came out with acrylics for all of them. So we're working with the acrylics today, showing you what you can do with it. These shiny black things.
Anytime you're fighting your tool is probably a good time to strop it.
You're just thinning down those sections so it's a easier fit.
Well, mostly we're cleaning it off here to glue. Then we take off the edges just so it's a little thinner behind the belt.
Okay. Sugar Boy says, "Hi, sir." I think aren't you in Hawaii? Am I remembering that correctly? Did you say that slot company probably isn't in business anymore?
They're in business. They just don't seem to make that punch anymore.
Gotcha. See, I don't think I've seen a curved oblong punch.
I will tell you, if you so years ago I had Texas Custom Guy make me one.
Mm-hmm.
And they still make them. And last time they were at Boot and Saddle, they had them on the table. I think for like $130. But they're worth it.
Yeah.
If you're doing more than a couple of these, saves you time over the way we're going to do them. Which is the same way we did our Buscadero slots the other day.
With 2 holes and some slices.
There you go.
No, the Caribbean Saint Kitts.
Nice.
I knew there was an ocean surrounding you somewhere.
Man, that's got to be good for something. Look at that.
That
It's
is
just
a nice piece. Edge
perfect,
bound.
like
Just
ounce and a half of
tiny little edge banged on a
something.
something. That's a good skive. It was very consistent.
Almost got that one without getting the knife out.
Tabitha's back. We're doing great. How are you? We're concealing our carries. Yeah, I like Texas. Heather's and Kirk are great.
Yeah, they're good folks.
They made it up here. I mean, that's who we order all of our dice from. And so I've been talking to them for years and years. And a couple years ago, they were up in the area for something and they stopped by, which was just awesome.
Yeah.
So I never gotten a chance to meet him. And then we were talking to Kirk and he was talking about how anytime we order anything with square corners, he still makes it because he's the only one that will hammer in those corners. He's like, I hate it. Natural radiuses are the jam.
Yes. They always ask too, and I always tell them natural's fine.
Yeah.
Just leather, guys. All right, that's close enough. Top that ridge off right there. Try and make that as smooth as I can. It will transfer, to the front of the holster, any of those little bumps.
Yeah.
Sharp spots or whatever. Like that one.
So this would be a handy time to have a belt grinder. Take it in.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth.
The leather machine company burnisher sander is great because you can just hold it up like this underneath that wheel, and you can just sand them right off there. Makes that noise too. All right. Put these together very, very carefully. Notice my finger's in there so it doesn't stick inadvertently where I don't want it to. If I was smart, I'd make a mark on top so I wouldn't have to worry too much about it, but I'm not. So here we are. Now I'm going to bend this as I glue it together towards the back. And just kind of design in a little bit of a curve before we even bother molding it to anything. Okay, we'll trim that off.
He kind of held it up there from the stone a little bit, so he kept that curve in it as he was hammering it all down.
I had missed a spot.
So time.
All right. So we were talking about holster plates yesterday. This is the holster that you would use a holster plate on, because to stitch this in an entire circle, you'd have to come and bring the holster through the throat of
Yeah.
the machine, and it's going to
And
hit
then-
on everything.
Yep.
Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a lock stitch and come up here and do a lock stitch, take it all the way out, put it back in, and stitch
Go
around
around.
the edge out here.
Oh, you did already finish one. I was like, there's got to be one around here somewhere. Yeah, so he's working on the single slot fold over. And then on the bench, we've got a 2-slot pancake. And then the first one that Chris built was a tab style.
Correct.
This guy. Hey, Foxy.
Okay, we beat this down. Okay, so we got that going for us. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and just get these sanded and dyed, and then we'll wet mold all 3 of them in a row.
All right.
Okay. All right. Felt thin, but it's not. It's just fine. We'll sand that a little bit first. And again, this is where having an LMC burnisher sander comes in real handy. You just and you're done.
Yep.
That's better.
That Coca-Cola wheel on it is beautiful.
It is.
Like it's a beautiful wheel and it works really well.
It's true.
It's nice to use. Yeah, I definitely like holster and sheath makers having access to some sort of electric burnishing situation is going to be ideal. It just takes so long to sand all the, like, especially when they're so thick, or, you know, if you got to make all 10 layers of something and line up real nicely so you can get a nice slick edge. Doing that by hand is just the pits.
Can be. Yes, ma'am.
Just never going to get that done.
Wet sand.
Say one of the really cool things about taking your class at one of the leather trade shows is that Leather Machine Company
Provides all the machines for
gives
us.
you, yeah, it gives you a whole array of machinery.
When I teach my sheath class there, they bring in a splitter so I can, as opposed to bringing me a 7-ounce hide and a 5-ounce hide, we always use like a hide and a half of the 7. Building the holsters I do, build a thumb brake
Okay.
hunting holster, and at the shows this year, last year and this year, the next, or 26, 27, I'll do something different. I don't know what. But that way they can give me 2 rolls of 7, and I can split it down to 5, which is certainly a pretty decent advertisement.
Yeah,
For
absolutely.
them, you know.
Show them how it runs, how it works.
By the way, if you take my sheath class at a show, it includes Sean Wood some hunting knife for $100 when it's really a $200 or more knife.
Nice.
So it's worth your while to take that class.
That's a good deal.
Yeah, it is.
G asked if any of your patterns were set to accommodate an under barrel light.
No, because I think they're silly. I make them. I'm making one right now. As a matter of fact, there's one on my bench, but no, I haven't come out with any patterns because there's 8,200 kinds of guns, and there's 8,200 kinds of lights, and there's a gazillion combinations. And honestly, I don't think you should make. Well, I think you should make a holster for guns, or whatever you got, whatever you want. But those are typically really hard to mold in such a way that you can get a lot of good retention without a death strap. So you kind of have to make a thumb brake when you're doing the flashlights and the lasers and all that garbage. The problem is the light is, it's as wide or wider than the slide, but that means you can't mold your trigger guard, which is your retention point. because they have to have room for that light to get past where the trigger guard mold would be,
Yeah.
right? So inevitably, the only thing you have to retain with is your ejection port, and I might argue that that's not enough. So that's where we'd want to put a strap across the top of our slide, just to maintain that retention. It being the only real rule we have is retention and being able to grab the gun.
All the fingers.
All right, let's punch our hole. Zip. Yeah, everything's black.
Yeah.
Can't find a shit thing. There we go. Type 16. Uh-oh.
Gotta put the eyes down. She says your duty gun has an underbarrel and soon a red dot. And partners keep asking about an off-duty holster for them, and I'm stuck on good retention molding too.
Yeah, that's you kind of got to go to that strap. Bit of a bump right there. And now we get to use our bassinet tight radius.
Wonder where that word came from.
Some French dude.
Yep, sounds about right. On your bench, where are all your stropping tools?
Well, mostly I use a motor for all my knives,
Okay.
a buffer motor. And then I've got a larger one of these that has all the sizes hanging right there.
Gotcha.
So on my bench, I took a like a wall mount for a TV, like an arm.
Yeah.
And I mount, because my bench is 4 foot deep, so I mounted it to a big piece of extrusion so my tool board can float around wherever I'm at or get out of the way or whatever.
Well, that's crafty. That's a good idea.
Pretty good problem solver. Mostly because I'm always having problems. Not that I'm all that sharp.
No, that's pretty nifty. That's a
Cause enough problems to get it fixed.
That's right.
well, especially if you're kind of working, like you say you have a big glass section where you cut and skive on. You've got
that's over there, but yeah.
Okay, so like depending on how big, I don't know what your work bench is, but if it's big enough, like if you're over here and your tools are all the way over there, and you're like, oh, well, I could just pull my board over.
Yeah, most of the time I'm pretty much just working right in the middle of it, but sometimes I gotta do something weird.
Just bring your wall of tools with you.
That's it.
Do you avoid any specific colors when you're making holsters?
No. I've actually come across, I don't know if you carry this or not, but I found some bright blue, like
Veg?
14-ounce
Oh.
skirt. Yeah,
All right.
veg.
But skirting.
Yeah.
All right.
and it's toolable just like the black and all that stuff is. And they had red, fuchsia, teal, and navy blue.
Wow.
And I got one of each of those. And so yeah, I'm not opposed to weird colors.
It's whatever the client
I'm
wants.
actually looking forward. I generally don't make a lot of stuff out of skirt in general, but we'll stiffen them up. But I thought that'd be pretty cool. Holsters. They got all these guns out there, like pink and purple guns, and blue and red, and
Yeah,
green, and all these different colors. I'm like, I can play along.
that's fun. Now we have some drum dyed wedges, but they are going to be like an 8 to 9 ounce.
Yeah.
If I'm recalling correctly. I don't have any skirt that's
I think,
fun colors.
it might not be that heavy. It
Yeah.
might be closer to 10 or 11. Yeah. I think I've made a sheath out of it so far. There it is.
I say you gotta start making some like little pocket sheaths for those folding knives that are coming out that are like the donuts. Have you seen those? Like at Blade Show, there's like the table. I don't know. It's a manufactured folding knife, but they look like dessert. Like they'll be like pink and purple with like sprinkles on them.
Oh my gosh.
They're pretty wild. There's the guy
Yeah.
that cuts Chris's hair is obsessed with them, and he has the whole because they'll do like these drops, and they only make so many at a time,
yeah,
and they
that's
make them all. Yeah,
That's how you sell everything. You put a limited number on it.
yeah, and then you got a blue blade.
Oh my goodness gracious.
So
Hey. I'm not gonna knock it. I don't know if I'd carry it, but I'm not gonna knock it.
it's a thing to collect.
Don't ask a lot of questions. That's it.
Man, that's sharp.
Yeah, that's the,
He put silicone
I like
in
the
his
contrast.
holster.
Okay. I missed that that part of the segment. So
Silicone. I know.
food grade even.
Well, yeah, the automotive grade will absolutely stain everything it touches.
Mhm, Sure.
The food grade, it disperses and it just absorbs into the leather. It doesn't change the color at all. It's really nice stuff.
Very nice.
Really nice stuff. Got to have a food supply place or be friendly with Amazon. You can't buy that at Walmart.
All
This
the
is that-
tips and tricks. Yeah, no, that's what
That's
I
what I
was.
was. We're gonna do all three of them at once here after a while, but
Very nice.
so if you want to do wallets or notebooks or whatever, if you're gonna do holsters, you take that out and you just put your whole unit in there and squish it. Then we got a sight channel tool to go in there as well.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And that's all part of it.
They're separate SKUs on
Yeah,
the
sure.
website, but yeah, they work together.
Right.
I
Very
have
nice.
I have to give credit where it's due. A gentleman named holster maker J.R. Parker came up with the charging handle off of an AR style rifle, but those are kind of expensive and they're aluminum and they're not great to run up and down your gun. So I made them out of Delrin.
Well, and especially with the relief cut in the back for the sights. So,
Yeah.
it's. Yeah, no,
Right.
that's awesome. And that's going to last just fine.
Oh, that'll last. Yeah.
Yeah.
Short of absolute abuse, it will last forever. All right, so that one's ready. No, it's not. I got to do the inside of the thing there.
We're all learning that Sharpie is the best edge dye.
Yeah,
As far as black goes, and I only do it on black. Everything else is brown, but
Well, so Brandon told me this yesterday when we were talking, and I'm like, it doesn't surprise me. That's and that's the tips and tricks that trade, has to offer.
Right.
If you've got, I know, right?
I'm a little.
Well, so mine's kind of weak. All right, but I'm going to give you my tip.
Okay.
All right. So my tip is when you're using like an embossed leather that has colors that are hard to find something to edge, like for instance purple. or something like that. A box of crayons. If you'll use the crayons, you can mix the colors and then canvas it. It waxes it in and kind of tones the color the way that you want. And then
That's cool.
It's a
See,
little,
I would have not thought it. I'm a Marine. Crayons for eating, not for edging.
Yeah, we share what we got.
No, that's a good idea. I like that.
Also, I just, because you're in here, this is his glue, and he
This-
just
yeah.
squirts it out the hole.
I love it.
And it's just the
I love
best
it.
thing since shirts on a pocket.
It
Yeah.
works.
Pockets on a shirt.
However you want to say it, Liz. It's all
Whatever
right.
it takes, whatever it
Whatever. Whatever.
What is 5 and 5? You using 5 and 5 on these?
Yes, ounces. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thanks. My mind is gone.
takes. Well, the glue is pretty handy.
Shirts on pockets.
I just like it when my pockets come on pants. That's all I need in life.
Yeah, I can attest to the fact that if you had more pockets on your pants, you, like other people, would probably carry your cell phone. That way, when somebody called
Oh,
you,
did you?
yeah.
Rest
What
of
a
life.
Yeah.
Hey.
I think there's more of a point to that little statement
Yeah, I'm bad at it.
than might.
I had a few here.
Got it.
No.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
the
I-
answer.
yeah, you're not done shooting. I got it. Heard.
My glove guy might be coming in, though. He texted me about 30 minutes ago. So maybe he'll come in today and then pick those up yet.
Well, that's all right. I've got a bunch of other people waiting to talk to me too. So, looks to me like you guys are well on the way, though, to having some completed holsters.
Yeah. So once we get this one to as far as those, we'll dunk them in the bucket and use the press and get her done.
Very cool.
Yeah. And I brought 5 of those with me.
Perfect.
Chris had a plan.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Well, the plan was if you guys didn't want to
Oh.
pick them up, I was going to sell them to students in the class that we're not having tomorrow. So, yeah. Oh no, I smudged on my deer butt.
Just let it dry. Roll right off.
Roll right off there.
What is the press? Hey, you guys want to buy a press?
Well, they can't see it. When we were talking about it, they can't see it because it's on the.
We'll use it here in a minute.
I was gonna say I can't see.
Chris
the
has got a-
numbers.
Yeah, but this is
The
the
molding thing.
holster press there, with the lid and the latches and all that. We'll get into that here in just a second. You'll be intimately familiar with it in just a minute.
I tell you what, I'll pay attention to my phone. Why don't you let me know when we get ready to dunk and press? Because I do have a couple things, but I'd like to be here for that.
Okay.
We can do that.
All right.
Poor Garrett has to drive home soon. You can watch it later.
Okay.
We'll get there. We'll get there. You can drive home later. What finishes will bring out the color when using colored dyes?
Honestly, the Duffs. I mean, that's what we used on this. We used Duffs on that this morning. That makes a nice finish. Kind of causes the color to be a little richer. I don't know if it's any better than tan coat or anything else, but I like it. It's good stuff.
Have you tried something that you're not happy with when it comes to finishing, Mr. DB?
I'm not a huge fan of Resolene as a finish. There's purposes for it in the shop, certainly, but
Okay.
it's a little easy to get it on too heavy,
Yeah.
and it'll crack out on you. I resist with just regular Super Sheen. That's only partially true. I had a quart of Super Sheen, a quart of Leather Sheen, and a quart of B Naturals finish. And I ended up, because I couldn't tell them apart functionally, so I just put them all in the same bucket and shook them up.
Okay.
And I've been using it for over a decade that way. Works just fine. it's my opinion, it's not my knowledge, it's my opinion that a lot of leather finishes between brands are very, very the same.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's somebody out there going, no, it's not, it's different. I don't care.
It says you find the one that you like the best and
Exactly.
works the best for you and how you want to apply it, and that's the one you should use. Well, and also, I will say, like, we're sitting here with pre-dyed black leather. Like, we're not dyeing our own leather.
Hell no.
Yeah, and so I do think that it's a little bit different. If you are using dyes, like if you're using alcohol, like spirit-based dyes, and especially black, and you like making sure that that's color fast. Like the Herman Oak pre-dyed, it will bleed off a little bit as you work with it, but it's not bad. It is still open. You do need to put something on it, but it's definitely not the same as dyeing your own leather black. And then trying to make sure that you get all of that excess pigment off the top so that it's not bleeding out everywhere. I think that's probably a new leather crafter, like learning how to dye something black.
And if you are a new leather crafter learning how to dye, or just an old guy that wants to learn some stuff, look up Serge Vulcan, aka Bigfoot, on YouTube. Phoebing's commissioned him to do, I don't know, 15-minute videos on how dye works and the different techniques on dye.
Okay.
They're brilliantly done. They're very thorough. They're quite entertaining. His old Serge, he's got two characters. There's Serge and then there's Film Noir Serge, where he's in the black and white and his hair's all pulled back. And he's a funny guy. Pay attention. He'll teach you something. Bigfoot leather.
All right, so that's not on Phoebing's.
There may be a link. I don't know.
Okay, but
I
definitely
just look him up
Bigfoot.
through YouTube myself.
It's good to know.
Oh, I should probably edge this while it's drying. See, I planned that. I planned something to do while it's drying.
100% on purpose.
100% what I plan to do. A little tricky on this side. Oops, I forgot to wet that. It's all right. It'll sand out.
If you're going to make a holster for a hot sauce bottle, how would you go about that? Or make a pattern to make a holster?
Well, I guess the same way. You'd have to, hang on, I have answers for these things. What I'd probably do is take a piece of leather and wrap it around it and mark it, is what I would do with a round bottle. When I'm doing something for a gun, I get my trusty manila folder out, line my sights up, lay the gun down, and that's going to give me the relief I need on the top. Then I'm going to take a ruler. Well, I'm going to trace it on there. Then I'll take a ruler off the tracing and mark 5/8 to 3/4 of an inch. If it's a super big fat monster gun, we might have to go more. And make a little halo around it, and that's the pocket. And now I can go through and design my holster off of that. But I think with a hot sauce bottle, I would either do a flat back with a molded
Mm-hmm.
or if I was going to make an actual holster, like, some sort of kitschy little deal, I would take a piece of the thickness of leather that I was going to use, wrap it around the bottle and mark it, and then that will tell you how big of a piece to cut.
So you could just cut like a little T shape, where you're gonna have a
Right.
couple little sides sew down,
And then just stitch
have
that
a bottom.
to a flat back.
Yeah,
That'd be
stitch
the
it.
easiest way to do it.
You could kind of wrap all the way around and then run a leather strip up through some slots, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Have or just have the bottom piece come out long and then wrap that around and weave through a couple of slots up where your two pieces come together, and then loop that back around and make a belt loop. I feel like I've seen some
they're
on like Etsy in different places.
There.
I would Google hot sauce holsters. I think that's kind of been a fun little gag gift for a minute
Sure.
for the hot sauce lovers in your life.
It's probably just a small version of a beer can holder.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now that we've cleaned all the dust off of our deal here. Well, we did 3 in a row, but now we have to watch glue dry because there's not a 4th one.
At some point, you run out of steps.
So at some point. There you go. Now you can see the holster press.
Oh, let's see here. Olson asked, what is the barrel piece for? I assume that's the little tab, the barrel piece.
Barrel piece.
What are you talking about, G?
Yeah. I don't know what a barrel piece is. It's coming back.
Oh, yeah. Running Water, though, said that S. Vulcan is indeed a character. I've watched the videos plenty of times and keep on learning.
That's true.
The AR charging slide piece sitting there.
Oh, so yeah, that is a side channel mold. We're going to be using that here in just a minute. Okay, it's again black on black on black. Sorry about that.
Isaac, can you push 4?
I was going to look at that. Oh, there you go. That'll work. Okay, so we got the groove in here. We've got a little taper on there. Then we can stick that over our front sight and mold to it, and it makes a side channel mold. That is what that is. We're going to be using it here in just a few minutes. But it is not clear yet. Follow the instructions. Let it get clear. So says the instructions.
Oh, your fun little edger, that guy.
This one.
This one. All right, Michael. This is the number 4.
Tight radius edger.
Tight radius edger. Come on, camera. You think it's on manual?
I don't know. You can try the other one. Try two if you want.
Okay.
Well, here, just that one.
And I'll zoom in.
It's over here.
Oh, it's over there.
Pull it like on that, and then I'll get. Don't move.
There you go. Look at that.
There she is.
Tight radius edger.
This is the number 4.
That's
Do you think if
number
you were
4.
going to buy one of them to start with, is this a good one?
As a holster maker, yes. As
Okay.
a wallet maker, I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what that looks like. It is a handy tool when you're doing belt slots or any kind of long, narrow, tight radius deals. Works good.
All right. How much do you sell your box and this thingy?
On the website, these are $35. The holster presses are $150 plus shipping. We can work out a deal with Springfield. I'll bet you get them cheaper here next week.
Well, I was going to say, Garrett placed an order for some goat skins today, and he wanted to add those to it. So if you want to email me, if those prices sounded good to you. So 35 and 150.
35 and 150.
Okay.
That looks simple. There's a lot of labor making that little booger right there. Let me tell you what.
Yeah.
When all the smoke came out of my mill motor, that's what I was making, was those things.
Are you able to get 2 out of 1 block? No, probably not.
No.
I was gonna say
I start out with a 3/8 piece, which actually measures 400. And I do CNC them out. And then everything else I have to do by hand.
Finish them up.
Yeah. Other than the laser. That's obviously not me.
You still got to program it and tell it to go.
Oh, I do. And I had to make the big jig to put so you can get a gazillion of them in the...
Yeah.
Because the printer, this is about a 2x2 piece, this piece of plastic. And that's exactly the bed of the printer. And I can't remember how many of those things I can get in there, but it's a bunch.
Yeah. Nest them all up in.
Yep. See, I got to get out of the habit of touching things. We're supposed to do it by look on the Aquilum,
Oh.
as opposed to the touchy feely on the good cement there.
Have you messed around with Tandy's half-pint mini saddle kit?
No. I have. Like I said, I have my pony saddle, and that's the only one of those. I have a tree. I think I have a tree from the Tandy kit. At one of the guild shows, they had a raffle, and someone had made a little tiny drawdown stand to go with this little tiny saddle tree, and I won them. And the main reason I wanted them was for the pony saddle. I didn't care about the tree, but I don't know. I might practice with the tree. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I might. Dusty had a pretty good business making those miniature saddles for displays and stuff.
They're pretty cute.
Yeah. You bet.
You know, Denny made one several years ago, and it had tapaderos, like little tiny baby tapaderos coming off of it. And we brought in somebody's dog, and we put the saddle on the dog. Tried to take a picture.
Dog was likely unimpressed, I'm guessing.
Yeah, he didn't stand very still.
Didn't
But we
care
did
for
get
that.
one. We got one picture. I got it in the catalog this year. Just like saddle on dog.
There you go.
We tried to get, there was a lady that did like miniature horses. And we tried to get her in here for a minute, but I don't think, I feel like it was like right after Tony started working here. And so he knew him. We never made it work out, but we did want to get the mini horse in here and put the saddle on it.
Sure. I will tell you this, making the miniatures is harder than making the real ones. Making a little tiny Mexican loop holster that's only about that tall, like 12 stitches per inch, with a basket, appropriately scaled basket stamp on it, little teeny tiny basket stamp.
That sounds terrible.
That is an extra. That's if you're having a hard day, go do that, because it's so much harder. No matter what you were struggling with, will be easier.
Yeah.
Because it's a challenge.
Man, if you needed like 2 of those things just to see what you're doing down there. Good gracious. Was that a custom stamp or?
No, Beard
Berry
makes both of them. They make little teeny tiny stamps. The tiniest one I ever saw, since we're waiting for glue to dry, Bobby made one for Lefty Iwakuni in Japan,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a tri-weave. It's his tri-weave, and it's the same size. I've seen the photo. The stamp in leather is the same size as Kennedy's eyeball on a dime. Just get that, just let your mind wander on that for a second. Maybe get a dime out and look at it. That stamp was so teeny tiny. And Lefty he did something with it. I don't know what the hell he did with it. He's pretty insane. Old Lefty is bonkers on the small stuff.
That's wild.
Yeah. There you go.
Get a dime.
Give the dime.
Holy moly. That, It's like the head of a pin.
Mm-hmm.
Go beard.
Okay.
All right.
Kennedy, Eisenhower, whoever that is. That eyeball.
Wow.
Yep,
We get up to some fun stuff here in the leather world.
we do.
All right. G
Yeah,
says
putting
he'll
in-
take it. So that sounded good to him. Go. Pull up your order there, Olson. Oh, really? Okay.
Well, they're asking what kind of purchase.
Pop it from us here in a minute.
Again, I'm going to build in a little bit of a curve there as I glue it together. And that way the glue will hold the curve in the holster.
Right.
All right, so now we've got kind of a, no, you were good the first time. There you go. We can kind of see I've built a curve into it with the glue. Right? It's just be a little bit more conforming to the body. A little less dependent on the wet mold. So we'll clean those edges up.
Looks like Frank also would like a press.
All right.
Well, you know what we could do is they could just buy them off your website and we could ship them from here.
No, that's all. We'll make a deal here and you'll get
All
them.
right.
Get them
We'll
to
figure
you
it out.
guys.
Frank, send me an email. Live@springfieldleather.com. Live@springfieldleather.com. And we can get you fixed up.
Get it worked out.
Have you ever seen anybody with a pattern for those little purses that have the saddles on top of them? You see like all the Mexican companies have.
I thought back in the long ago that Tandy actually had a pattern for that.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I think so.
You might.
It
I
wasn't.
wonder.
It didn't have like a tree or anything, but it was by the
Just
time
a-
it just kind of looked like a saddle
Mm-hmm.
when it was done.
Michael, you might check on Tanny's website. They do have kind of like their retired patterns that they've stopped selling. I think a lot of them are downloadable now on their education section of their website. You might see if it's available there. Diamond says, forget glasses. You would need an electron microscope for me to see that. feel like if we were everywhere across the country, we'd have a ton of people in that class tomorrow. But unfortunately, all of our people are spread out too far.
Yeah. That's all right. I do with my number 4. No, 3 will work. Oh, we should probably stitch it first. Yeah, we should.
On the sew again.
I forgot about stitching. We'll do that.
Ah, Rattlesnake says, I guess I'll have to go to Vegas.
There you go. I think this. It's been a minute since I've done a pancake holster. This way. So on this one we can stitch in a circle because it's nice and flat. Got to make sure we start the right direction.
I'm just gonna put that anywhere.
Okay.
I'm gonna glue that one to the floor there.
Okay.
So then we have that in.
Don't like that.
Sounds good, Garrett. I printed off your order so it doesn't go back to our gathering department. I'll just send you a new invoice that you can pay kind of like we do live shopping once we actually have inventory. That's a whole thing. Sounds good. Did Tony leave for the day?
I guess.
You getting ready to mold?
I'm going to finish this edge,
Okay.
and then we'll do that.
Here.
All right, beat them up. Really hate it when that happens. You see that right there? That's called going too fast. That little bobble right there. That's what that was. Which is why you shouldn't go too fast. I did it on purpose to show you what not to do.
Exactly.
All right, wet the edges. That's wet enough.
There was a very small drop of water left in that cup. So used to seeing people use like our typical poly mallet, like our yellowhead one that we.
Oh, those aren't heavy enough to drive holes with.
Right, I know. Or our rawhide mallets are the ones. Like you using that head right there, like or that mallet
Yeah.
is a new one for me.
Yeah, those little craft, I call them craft mallets, whether they're rawhide or plastic. They're not heavy enough to stamp with. They're not heavy enough to do anything with. But people seem to like them. I don't know why.
I got a text from Liz. Would you believe?
We're probably still 5 minutes out, but
It's all right. I don't know where she went though.
She's with some customers out on retail. You know, I bought a brand new mini split system and put in here for these guys.
Uh-huh.
And I swear they just absolutely refuse to run the air conditioning in here.
Well, someone
no.
needs to figure that out because it is
was
hot in
raining,
here.
It got cold. And then it gets
All right. Well, you look at the top of this poor man's head. It's warm in here. I'm hot.
I'm getting ready to take my hoodie off.
It actually is humid. It's like a lot of man in here.
It's just our innate hotness is what it is.
Oh yes, it's our hotness. That's what it is, right? So somebody may have already asked you or said something,
That's
but
all right.
I really like the black.
Yeah?
Yeah, man, you make him clear. He'll never find that dude laying on your bench.
Pretty much.
He'll never find.
They were supposed to be charcoal gray,
Okay, I could live
like
with that.
translucent,
Yeah.
right? But I found out the hard way that blue light lasers don't cut translucent plastic
Oh, that is
at all. So that's how I got to black, and then I killed my blue light laser and got the CO2 laser.
Right.
It doesn't matter anymore, but I'm kind of committed.
I
And I like them.
I
You know,
like
it's
it. Yeah,
all right.
I mean, it's
yeah.
you know, there's black crack, and you know,
That's
there's,
it, that's
there's
it.
black templates. So yeah, no, I like it. It's kind of.
If you're gonna put skulls on stuff, it ought to be black. Right?
Seems like it goes with the territory. Well, and it also makes the text legible.
Yes. Where'd our bassinet go? Here we go. In the podcast today, Liz asked me what are the pet peeves in holster making. Not finishing slots, belt slots is one of the larger.
Yeah. Yeah.
God forbid you send one to me at a competition.
Well, I do have to say I like the jig for polishing up the edge of the edger.
Yeah, that's a little homemade deal.
Yeah. That's those tips and tricks I was talking about.
Mhm. We covered it in the how to make one.
Nice.
But even if you're not going to sand, you're just going to cut it and edge it and dye it. That's better than just leaving them raw.
Oh, yeah.
And there's like holster companies that make a pretty decent holster, but they don't finish their damned
Right.
belt slots. I'm like, what the hell?
It's in the details, man.
It's in the details. You know, when people pick stuff up and it has really nice edges on it and it's finished really nice, they don't know the details, but they know it's something's different about it, and
It's
they know it's
different.
better.
Well, and you know how to sell leather. You put it in people's hand.
Yeah.
You sell a leather product. Once they touch it, they're
Yeah.
you know it's different at that point. You know. And
Someone asked how can I sharpen those tools?
Which ones?
I'm
These? The
imagining
edgers and
that,
stuff?
yeah.
Yeah, if you weren't here the other day, this is I've got 2 pieces of 7 glued together. You can use 8, 9, whatever. But I'd recommend 2 pieces. It just keeps the edges stronger. Once you edge it off of there with a particular number edger, that's it. You put a little polish on there. Now you've got a strop for your edgers. And with the one at home, I've got, full set, so it's a much larger piece, sectioned out and whatnot.
Very nice. An oops and fractured both hips. It's a little bit more than an oops.
No
I mean,
kidding,
do something about these monitors and my inability to read them.
See, that's what Liz is for. She reads the stuff. It's just fuzzy to me. I don't see nothing up there.
The glare doesn't help. I can read it. I got decent eyesight.
I don't.
I do too, as long as you're on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
If I can get you far enough away from me.
Exactly.
Was Lefty here?
Yeah, I think he left.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if he went to Grant or not.
Oh, I bet he did go to Grant because we've got some stuff over there that I asked him to take a look at.
Okay. I
Yeah.
think I remember him mentioning.
We're just going to go with that anyway. You know, we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Well, hello from KC.
Yeah, we have Bradley from Australia, Queensland. Australia.
Queensland. All right. Very
Wow.
cool.
All right, Isaac, you're in charge. Oh God, fine.
Was that a promotion or a demotion?
Depends on how you want to look at it.
Right?
So you didn't bring the place down, Isaac.
Well, we were still discussing whether it was a promotion or a demotion.
You got some more so confused why Rusty's in the room and yet I.
You throw that my way.
That's the joke. Isaac. That's the joke.
Oh, yeah.
You don't explain the joke.
Well, if you need somebody to push buttons, Chris and I got you, buddy. We can do it.
Just like old George Jetson, man.
That's right.
Well, apparently, we already sold 2 of those for
Sweet.
you.
I think it's going to be nice having something like that, though, too. I mean, you know.
Yeah, and it's not just for holsters. You know, you can do
Yeah,
all
right?
your little notebooks and wallets and
Well, sheaths, all
sheaths.
kinds of things, yeah. They've been working on some different stuff for, what do they call those? Air tags?
Yeah, I saw Andy. Yeah, the Apple AirTags.
Yeah.
I saw Andy working on something over there.
Yeah, they've been working on some little 3D printed stuff, you know, to be able to. I don't know if you can really justify being able to sell it, but if you could sell the files necessarily, or provide the files even,
Right.
you know, on some of those, they're cheap and easy, and you can do that.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm gonna talk to Tony about it a little bit. I'm gonna send the PDF files of my patterns,
Mm-hmm.
so you guys can sell them electronically. I mean, I sell them on my website for like $5.
Yeah.
You know, you just have them and sell them for $5. I don't care. Mostly, I want people to have access to instructions when they buy templates.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we want them to be successful right off the bat. We don't want them to struggle trying to figure out how to do things.
There she is.
They were blinded by the orange, which was a good thing.
I was gonna say, yeah.
We've already sold 2 of them.
That's what Christmas said. Well, and being able to offer the digital patterns too,
Yeah.
that'll be good. Are those in a file that you can just print, or are they in a file that you can run on a laser, or?
It's a PDF,
Oh, okay,
so I don't know if it's that kind of file.
gotcha. I didn't want to throw any fancy acronyms out there.
I'm trying to be techie, and Chris is like, I'll try to be techie with you, but we really don't know what we're talking about.
We're pretty happy to be
And
here.
I sure
and
as shit don't know what I'm talking about. Beyond this, anyway, right? All right, I think we are ready to wet mold. Get the pointy things out of the way.
It's a good idea on that case, doing multiple layers like that, being able to pull them out like trays.
So I'm going to do the next iteration, because I'm always improving things.
Sure.
I'm going to take this foam, and I'm going to CNC the slots in it, and have 3 layers.
Nice.
Is the goal.
We could pretend to be techie, or we could nerd out on tools and things, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, pick your battles.
I mean, I just pretend to be techie. I'm not. I feel like I only know a scooch more than you do. Like, it's barely. It's probably because I just sit right here and then osmose some information.
Right.
All right, so normally this would be like bolted to the table and a little easier to deal with than just loose and flopping around here. We don't need that, but we'll just set it there because it looks cool. All right, we have got our bucket. And just like the other day, we dunk it in there and we allow the water to draw in. We don't want to drown our holster because that will swell it up and it won't fit right. And whereas on the cowboy holsters, the Western holsters, it took like 4 or 5 dunks because that leather's much heavier. This is only going to take 3 quick dunks. Put that away and I'm done with it yet. Just going to kind of open it up a little bit. Work our gun in there. Give that about 60 seconds, maybe not even that much. Just kind of let those fibers get used to where they're going.
If you don't have a press, what do? You just work it with your fingers until you're happy with it.
Yeah, or until your fingers hurt enough you don't care anymore.
Touche.
Which is why this exists.
Right.
So I went from doing it by hand. I tried vacuuming. I couldn't do it without getting wrinkles
Okay.
from the bag and stuff. So when I got a Harbor Freight bearing press, like the big H press. But now I spent like $80 on the press, and I think I spent $300 on the neoprene.
Yep.
To put in it, and I hadn't found this yet. But now and it just gets old after a while running that jack handle. And I saw one of these in a Kydex shop. I'll be real honest about it.
Yep.
But it was sitting like this, and it opened like a book. And I'm like, well, damn, you got to have 3 hands to use it because you got to hold it in there and get one side up, get the other side up, and latch everything together. Be a lot easier if it was flat on the bench. Oops, I missed that one. All right.
Nice.
Works real well. So you can open up our belt loop a little bit, curve that around a little bit, just double check. Might just make sure that we're in those good retention points. But yeah, there you go. Set aside to dry. Do not leave the gun or the mold or anything in there.
Is it because it'll kind of shrink back up just a little bit and that adds to the retention?
No, it traps the water in the leather.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't
So
allow
just-
the air to circulate to
Yeah.
the inside. Okay.
Yeah. And actually, I want it to shrink down just a little bit.
Right.
You know, when that water goes, it's going to shrink down. It's going to be a more snug fit.
Yeah.
And it's really going to pop when it goes in there.
And it's Friday morning in Australia.
Hey, happy Friday.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's pretty open. That's better. Then make sure you don't put the handle, if you're using one of these, don't leave it in here. It will poke a big hole. Ask me how I know that.
Oh, so I like that. Your tension is controllable by adjusting
Yes.
the locks. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. But I've run N-frame Smiths in this thing. We did an X-frame, I think, once in class.
You know, it's the simplest things.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's the simplest things that make life so much easier.
It's
When you-
true.
Yeah, well, I
It's
mean,
true.
if you're doing what you're doing right now, you know, you've got 3 of them ready. You throw it in the mold.
And that's the thing, I've got a video online where I had probably half a dozen holsters here. And by the time this one was ready, it was ready for this one to take out. So you doop, boop, boop, take the mold out, put it back in, stick it in, get the next one prepped. It's a pretty handy deal. It really is, if I do say so myself.
Very nice.
Michael, I'd probably say that would ship from us for like our standard $19 because it'll just fit in a. We'll put some padding around it, put it in a box. It's not like it's crazy heavy or anything, and it's pretty
Right.
compact machine. So probably $19. Do you have bullet loop patterns in all calibers?
The only two that matter.
There's your answer.
But no, like, I have templates that, and I don't think I've got a SKU for them just by themselves. I sell them at the shows as a set of the straight belt ones.
Okay.
Like I said from yesterday, the Buscaderos do have a little bit of swoop to the bullet bullet loop pattern. I just haven't gotten the other ones in a SKU yet. They're just sitting there on the table, but.
Well, and if you watch the live stream from yesterday, I feel like kind of maybe towards the end of the day, you talked about kind of measuring that out,
Yeah.
so you could make your own
Right.
if you wanted to.
Right. And all the measurements are in my pattern pack.
Okay.
The cowboy stuff.
EDC Pocket Tools on YouTube found us, and they were like, "This is interesting. I do a little leather and make some EDC related things." And they like our workshop.
Yay.
This is actually a pretty inconvenient workshop because it's mostly a video studio.
Yeah.
The real workshop is out there. In here.
Yeah, if you like this one, you ought to see.
He needed to grind the doubles on these guys for the one that he was making, and I was like, we have to do that out there. I was like, we had a grinder in here one time, and we were like, oh no, not with the
We're not-
technology.
we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
So this one, the sight tool, it has a function in there, but the sight kind of lives in that seam, right? But the sight tool's still nice just to make sure it's not dragging on anything.
What color is this?
He said it's the chocolate.
It's chocolate, yeah.
Chocolate strap.
Yeah, it's holster
From-
and strap. Yeah, everything I
from an
get.
oak.
Almost everything I get.
I know, it almost looks gray, doesn't
I
it?
thought it was gray when I looked at it. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's pretty.
it is gray.
That's
You
what. That's
remember that leather that we got that was gray from Herman
Yeah.
Oak that was like a mist? I thought he had a piece of it. I'm like, wow.
the gray leather's hard to find.
Yes, it is.
And when we do find it, nobody seems to want it.
No, they
Except
don't.
for me.
So a saddle maker I know local to me got a whole side of gray skirting from I think ALD or someone, and he said, "Here, take a chunk of that. See if you can carve it." No, it was the toughest range. It's almost as bad as that junk you've got in your hand there. But the nice thing about it though is he gave me all the drops, and I'm able to split it down and make great plugs.
Oh, I bet.
You know, just skim the top off. Then once you skin it off, that gray liner's kind of pretty.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's a nice looking piece of leather. You just couldn't tool it.
I like gray. The press will work for all of your conceal and carry holsters, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And this, you don't really need it.
No, you wouldn't want to use it on a Western holster, because you're really only molding around the frame and the cylinder. You start molding around the ejector rod handle thing, and you're not going to be able to get it out. It's going to trap it in there.
So any conceal and carry that you might want to make will go in that guy.
There you go. Like I said, we did when I teach the thumb brake hunting holsters for the big revolvers at the shows this year, and we did all those in here, all the way up to an X frame, and it worked out just fine.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Bailey, shearling pads should really be not like under $10 for a pack of them. I think it's like 8 to 10 somewhere in there. I think they should be on the website. I do think you're on the internet right now.
There we are.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Conceal carry holsters. There you go.
Can you get an overhead shot of that?
Yeah, I'll see if I can get this one.
Is he still in oh, yeah, Justin's gone, so you're still in charge.
Yeah, stuck with me.
We lost a camera at some point. Not like physically lost it, but it,
There we go. That's nice.
There you are. That went much smoother than the cowboy holsters did.
yeah.
We had some road bumps in the cowboy
That's
holsters.
Right.
I mean, we started with welts that had rawhide, so that was
Yeah.
that was a rough go.
That was just yeah.
That was kind
And
of
it
the
took
beginning of the.
It took Chris a few minutes to figure out that's what was the problem was. I picked that piece of leather up with a kind of a shop was closed, and I bought all their soft leather out.
Right.
And that was in it. And I didn't realize it until we were using it. And then it's the stitcher, that'll stitch through a penny.
Yes, it will.
It won't stitch through that rawhide. I hit a spot in there, it would not go through.
We're not doing this.
Yeah.
You can, I mean, you can see.
Yeah, no,
it.
you can, and that's
Yeah.
yeah. I thought it was 2 layers when I first seen that line.
Nope.
Nope.
So I was like, oh, maybe I'll hold it. It'll hold pretty good.
Yeah,
That'd be good for something,
It ought to
man.
mold into a bowl for sure.
Probably will hold water
Yeah.
too. Probably will hold water.
So is that the wrap then on the holster that you guys?
That's
were
pretty much
filming?
it, unless the peanut gallery has questions or anything.
Okay.
I think.
That's pretty much the.
Michael, are you coming tomorrow? Otherwise, we've got Frank sent me an email. G. Olson is going to get a press. He's already agreed to the price. I just need to send him a quote once we buy them, and they're in inventory, so I got to do the whole thing.
Yeah, you're sort of ahead of the curve here.
But no, I think we're good. No Michael tomorrow.
Okay.
All right,
We'll do the Stitcher class in the morning, maybe,
sounds good.
and we'll see what happens after that.
Maybe we'll give up. No,
Okay.
it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Well, now I did. I was trying to con him into doing a little bit of a video with us tomorrow about setting up a classroom too, just kind of off the cuff.
Mhm.
Looking,
I went back there and checked it out. I mean, for the space you're in, the biggest thing you've got going in your classroom is that you're mobile.
Yeah.
You can move things around and adapt.
And they're on wheels.
That's the biggest thing. When I'm teaching at a show, I like to have a camera on me so people don't have to get up and go sit down and get up and go sit down.
So have a place for that to
Have
be.
a pretty good sized screen and a video camera that you can on a arm that moves
Mm-hmm.
like a articulating arm. But otherwise, no, it's a fine space.
well, we know that, like I said, we're trying to reach out to those who want to be able to do the homeschooling, the crafting, you know, and even anybody that wants to be able to learn to do the craft fair market, you know, trying to make sure we have a space set up for that. And I think there's a lot of people who can benefit from just, you know, you set your space up. That's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you work in that space every day,
Right.
and it's conducive because it's conducive for you,
Exactly.
you know. And so the principles behind setting up a classroom, setting up a shop, you know.
That's a lot like a kitchen. You're trying to get that triangle going.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
And there's always something outside the triangle, but hopefully it's the thing you use the least.
Man, Chris was saying he bought a TV mount, the mobile arm, and he mounted his tools.
Right.
So that they're like, you can pull them out and push them back and move
So
them
I
around.
can
And I was like, that's
swing them around on my
Yeah.
bench.
Very nice.
right.
It works out pretty well.
That's a good
Very
idea.
nice.
It works out pretty well. You know, that's called never throwing anything away.
I resemble that remark.
Alrighty,
But
folks.
yeah.
Thanks for joining us today. We'll be back tomorrow doing something.
We'll do something tomorrow.
we'll-
I think we'll definitely can do that Stitcher class tomorrow.
Okay. That's
I'll
good.
see if I can get Terry to email me my checklist for
Make sure you hit
class, just
everything.
so I don't forget stuff. I've taught that class a lot of times, but if I'll forget something, I know I will.
Very
I
good.
know I will. So,
She said beautiful.
oh, Sean,
She is.
yay!
Awesome. Hi, Terry.
Alrighty, guys. Have
All right.
a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.